Call our February 6, 2023 Bladen County Board of Education work session to order. I thank all of you for being here. We appreciate your interest that you show in Bladen County schools, and look forward to finishing out a strong year, and look forward to hearing some good information from y'all tonight. So again, thanks for being here. Thanks for the work you've done. This time, Mr. Keith, Mr. Clark not here, if you would give us our invocation, and then Mr. Rhoda afterwards, if you'd lead us in the pledge.
Our Father in heaven, thank you for bringing us together today, Lord. Look over us as we're learning about all the different departments. Lord, continue to keep being with us and continue to be with this board over the decisions we make for our children in this county, Lord. We love you and we pray these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion that we approve tonight's agenda.
Make a motion, we approve tonight's agenda.
Then moved and properly seconded that we approve tonight's agenda. Any discussion? Not all those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. All opposed likewise. No opposition, motion carries. Agenda is approved. This time, it looks like the next thing on the agenda is dinner, so turn it over to you,
All
Doctor.
right. Thank you, Chairman Benton and board members. Unless you all oppose, we'll try to do a working dinner. So we do have boxes for each person. If we can get ahead and let you all, everyone start, and we can continue the presentations unless the board objects.
No objection.
Okay. All right. Thank you all so much. Y'all enjoy. All right. Information item 6.01. We're going to begin tonight with school presentations. And so we've got these all in one presentation. Our movement tonight. So we'll begin first. Scrolls up. We'll have Miss Jennifer Marlowe first, Bladen Lakes Primary School. And although give me a minute, this computer comes up. I don't mind if it's on. Okay.
Hello.
How are y'all doing tonight?
Great.
Good. So at Bladen Lakes Primary, we have the thing that learning is better at the lake. I'm Jennifer Marlowe. I'm the principal. This is my first year out there, and I'm excited to be there. We currently have a population of 133 now. We've gained a new student this week. I've basically got about one teacher per grade level, but I do have a K1 combo, and then I've got 2 in 3rd grade. But we are pre-K through 4th grade. And we do have a room that we can grow. We've got empty classrooms because I know there's been a lot of movement around the county with people having choice and whatnot, but we hope to continue to fill those classrooms back up. Learning is better at the lake. We're nestled in the countryside just outside of Elizabethtown, and we're surrounded by the Jones Lake State, or Bladen Lake State Park, and Jones Lake State Park's right down the road from us. We started an elementary beta club this year. This is our first year attending the beta convention in Greensboro. The children had a ball. They loved it. They came home with about 9 awards, and you can't tell them anything now. Caring and Sharing is our after-school program. We partner with that federally funded 21st Century After-School Program that provides tutoring for our students after the regular school day ends, 3 to 5:30. And our top 3 priority goals this year, that students will maintain 74% growth on reading and math. They'll increase proficiency on the EOG reading and math test to 56%. And that our teachers have an opportunity for vertical planning times once per quarter for K2 and then 3-4 to increase staff collaboration and student outcomes.
Hey, can I?
Yes, quickly.
Just got, okay, yes, sir.
I heard the great stuff.
Pardon?
I heard the great stuff.
You heard the great stuff, okay?
What do you need to make it better? What do you need that's the barrier to make your school improve?
So, well, you know, right now it's just a process of us putting in the work to determine what the students need. We've got the materials, we've got the teachers that know what they're doing. It's just a matter of, you know, some of the same old from, you know, parent support to get the children to school, get them in the seats so that we can give them what they need. We, of course, we would like to have a full-time EC teacher on campus because we do have some students who are in need of that. And then we're still looking for a guidance counselor to fill that position. We haven't been able to find one who qualifies for the position. We've had applicants, but they're not qualified.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. How many students do you have? How many students can you put in your K1 class? I think there's a limit on it, isn't it?
So in K3, you have a limit of 18 plus 3. So what we did was we had,
Excuse me, I mean your pre-K class,
18.
18. So how many do you have in
I have
that?
16.
You have 16 in the combination? How many you have in the
No,
combination?
just the pre-K class has 16, but there's a kindergarten, first grade combination class,
Oh, you have, so
which has 7 and 7.
7 and 7? Oh,
Yes,
okay. I'm getting it mixed up. I know I read it and I already got my questions, but
That's okay.
7 and 7?
Yes, sir.
So this question is for Jason. So if she has 7 and 7 combination, can't we send them somewhere else that needs some and get the teachers to move it somewhere else? I mean, that's what I just been thinking.
Yeah, a lot of it depends on if their attendance zone, they may be in the attendance zone there for Bladen Lakes. I mean, obviously the board could always reassign students. We'd have to provide transportation if we did the reassignment.
I was just thinking that we got 7 K, you say K and
It's a
Kindergarten.
kindergarten first combination class, yes.
I was just thinking maybe we could put them somewhere else and have a teacher somewhere where we have less students. But that's just something that I was.
Now, you can't go taking my teachers, but you can send me some more students. All right?
But I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to help others. So, yeah, so, but that's just something that I tried to figure out while I was studying all this.
Right.
But I don't know if it'll work. I don't know if we could make it work.
We try to avoid combination classes if at all possible. Sometimes with class size and allotments, we have to do them, but we try our best to avoid them as much as we can.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marlon.
Uh-huh.
Next, we have,
Thank you, Ms. Marlowe.
Thank you.
next we have Miss Stephanie Norris of Bladenboro Primary School.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm Stephanie Norris, principal at Bladenboro Primary. This is my second year there. Miss Celeste Lennon is my assistant principal. This is her first year there. So I bring you greetings from the home of the Bull Pups, formerly known as the Bulldogs. We like to call ourselves the Bull Pups. As you can see up there, we don't currently have 414 students. We have 416. We're bursting out of the seams. Every room at Bladenboro Primary is full. Every hallway at Bladenboro Primary is full, and every closet at Bladenboro Primary is full. We have lots of great things going on. As you can see, we have a fairly large staff. When everyone's there, including our specials, those who come in, I have 75 there on a normal day. When we purchased for Christmas and for staff appreciation, we purchased for 75. Some highlights of our school year, we do have an additional self-contained and resource exceptional children's class. So that puts us at 2 full-time resource teachers who are maxed out on their caps. We also have 2 full-time self-contained teachers. One is maxed, one is at 10, and 12 is all you can have in the class. That has grown exponentially. At Bladenboro, we've never had that before, so much so that we will have an EC subgroup this year. Haggerty, we noticed that there was a weakness in our tier 1 core instruction with our phonics. So we decided we would purchase Haggerty, which is a phonics-based program, and our pre-K teachers were in on that. And they said, well, if we're doing it school-wide, why don't we start it with pre-K? So even though that's not an initiative of pre-K, we did purchase that with our Title I funds, and they are using it, and it seems to be working. That's informal data. We'll have the official data at the end of the year. And of course, we have an award-winning Beta Club program. We started that last year for the first time. We continued it this year. We went from 11 students to 27 going. We brought home 21 different awards last week. The children are beaming with pride, trying to plan to go to Louisville, Kentucky. But more so, it's about the experience. A lot of our children from down here had not gone to Greensboro before. So letting them see that they compete with children from down here and across the state, that's what it's about. It's all about experiences. So our overall goals for this year, of course, we want to exit low performing status. We did have 2 groups not to make growth. Well, 3rd grade didn't make growth last year, but it was 2 specific classrooms that didn't. And when you break it down, it amounted to about 3 students. So we feel very positive about that. Of course, we want to meet growth of us as a school, 1 year's growth for 1 year's worth of instruction. And our school priority is 55% across the board. All of our teachers took responsibility for our data last year. So we're looking at 55% all the way from M class in kindergarten, all the way up. If we're going to meet growth, it has to start there. And of course, we're aligned with Bladen County Schools strategic plan. We've got a lot going on at Bladenboro. But like I said, bursting out of the seams, and love to see it. We haven't been above 400 in Bladenboro in a long, long time. So it's very nice. Any of y'all have any questions for me?
Are all these students in your district or?
Every one of them. Most of them from out of state, a few from charter schools, a lot from out of state. Yes, sir.
Know where the good schools are, Bladen County, right?
I'm going to tell you, it's a great place to be. Just walk down the hall. We're fully staffed, and that is unheard of nowadays. We're finally fully staffed. And we have 7 retired teachers on staff who are tutoring. And that's because, of course, our 4th graders now did not make growth last year. So if they don't make growth next year with all these great retired teachers we have in the school, we threw all those resources at them, and we have 1 per grade level, all retired teachers. Yes, sir.
We did have some talk with the number of kids in the cafeteria.
Yes, sir.
Is that a struggle still? Do we need to look into doing something to give you more room in that area?
Our cafeteria, we start lunch at 10:45 and we end, our last class goes in about 12:45. So it's manageable. Some, go earlier than later. What we really need is a multi-purpose building. We have no rooms in the school. If we could move our enhancement program out there, and we've had these discussions before and with Dr. Atkins, and hopefully the plan is to build a multi-purpose building with 4 classrooms where one of the other schools needs additional cafeteria space. We need additional classrooms. I'm not joking. If you go in our school, you will see tutors out in the hall. There's no room. There's no room at all. Okay, thank y'all very much. Come see us sometime.
Next, we have Mr. Edge from Dublin Primary School.
Hello, my name is Mark Edge. I'm the principal at Dublin Primary School. I'm glad to be with you tonight, present some things about our school. So a little bit about our students and staff. Our current enrollment is 227, about 33 pre-K, 43 kindergarten, 34 first grade, 41 second grade, 31 third grade, 45 fourth grade. Looking at the subgroups, Hispanics 30%, white 38%, African American 25%, American Indian 3%, 2 or more races, 3%, and Native Hawaiian, 1%. And I also looked at the male and female subgroups. Well, I think there's 121 male and 106 female. Our staff includes kindergarten. We have 2 teachers and 2 assistants in kindergarten. First grade, we have 2 teachers and 2 assistants. One of those which is paid for out of our Title I, one of the teacher assistants there. Second grade, we have 3 teachers in second grade. Our numbers were up in second grade this year, so we needed 3 teachers there. Third grade, we have 1 teacher and 1 long-term substitute who is a retired teacher as well. Fourth grade, we have 2 teachers. We have an MLEO teacher that's there full-time, which I'm thankful for, that she's there 5 days a week to work with our Hispanic population. We have 1 media coordinator, 1 bookkeeper, data manager, secretary person, that's all in one. And I know you were asking some of those questions about someone that could help there. Some more help from the office could definitely help there, manage the school day. I already mentioned the long-term substitute. One custodian. We have 3 full-time cafeteria staff. We have PE, music, counselor, and EC that is split with Plainview Primary School. And we have a nurse that is shared with Tar Heel Middle School. So our goals, our SIT team got together and came up with 3 goals. We've got an academic goal, a communication goal, and a socio-emotional goal. Our academic goal is 100% of teachers will teach foundational and conceptual strategies to increase fluency in addition, subtraction, multiplication, division to improve the EOG and already assessment scores. And there's some of the strategies that we are using: centered time drills, homework, real life applications, multiplication, quiz bowl. Also working on multi-step word problems. We found that was an area that students were really struggling in math. Our math scores were not where we wanted them to be last year. I do see a trend of them going up this year looking at our iReady data. So those things seem to be working. Communication goal, 100% of our teachers will communicate with parents at least twice a week. Strategies or phone calls, Remind 101 program where we can send text messages back and forth to parents. That seems to be our biggest way of communicating. Also, they'll send homework and communication folders that go home each night with students with work that they've done and what parents can help them with. So that's very helpful.
Any feedback from that so far from the parents as far as the communication, or you guys just starting that or fixing to start it?
That's something that's kind of been, some of those components have been in place. We really wanted to kind of up that because I had some parent complaints last year of, we don't hear anything from the teacher. We don't know what's going on in the classroom. So how are we going to help our kid if we don't know what's going on in the classroom? So that's one thing that I wanted to put in place this year to make sure that parents were getting that communication every single day and that they had some type of homework to help the kid at home, because parents were asking for that. So that's one thing we try to do to accommodate parents.
I think that's a good idea, because, being a parent of a kid that, we need to hear more from what's going on. It kind of keeps everybody centered and on the same level there. So the communication, I think that's good, good idea.
And I have heard much more positive feedback with our communication from parents this year. So seems to be working well. Social emotional goal, 100% of students will participate in individual and whole group class rewards, meeting the PBIS matrix goal. At the beginning of the year, we always lay out the PBIS matrix expectations and what students are expected to do in the hallway, in the classrooms, in the cafeteria, on the bus, etc. I have 2 rules every day: keep your hands and feet to yourself and leave the building better than you found it. And I think students have taken a hold of those. I can always go to them every day and say, what's my rule? Keep your hands and feet to yourself and leave the building better than you found it. It's like, did we accomplish that goal today? No, sir. Okay. So, so that holds them accountable, and they'll hold each other accountable for those as well. But the Lucky Bucks is something that we do at our school that the kids really look forward to. I try to do a principal Lucky Buck every Friday that's worth 10 Lucky Bucks. So whatever class has been really exceptional that week, we'll get the $10 Lucky Buck to kind of incentivize them to have good behavior. And the teachers are doing star charts in the individual classrooms for individual incentives for children to behave and do the right thing as well.
Sound good?
So what makes us special? I think the things that make us special are our community partnerships. We do a lot of community partnerships with the Dublin Peanut Festival Committee. They're very involved in our school. That's some of our kids on the float down there at the bottom. Dublin Fire Department comes out and does a presentation with them every year. North Carolina Cooperative Extension does things for the whole county, which we appreciate. They come in and they do the incubators with the eggs, and they do gardens for the 4th grade. And the kids seem to love those hands-on experiences and those community partnerships we're able to build. And I think that's one thing I wanted to do at Dublin was to get the community back involved in the school. And I feel like we're on our way in that capacity too. A lot of volunteers from the community trying to do fundraisers for the school and things like that as well, and helping out there. Student pride, like I said, leave the building better than you found it. Well, the students have taken hold of that, and you see a couple of our students cleaning the school there. Well, they decided to take it upon themselves to create a community service project to the 3rd grade to help the school stay cleaner. So, and then they take pride in their learning too. I've got some of the kindergartners that wrote why they love kindergarten. I like working on art, I like math, I can read because you can learn. So that just shows you the pride that the students take within the school. And creative teaching, our teachers love to create hands-on experiences for children. We have won in the past 2 years 2 Bright Ideas grants. One of those was by the music teacher to get ukuleles to go in the music classroom, to be able to have children learn how to play the ukulele, which I don't know of any other school that's doing that in our county right now. And the newest Bright Ideas grant was Ms. Sassers had wrote that grant to do a STEAM center out on the playground. It will be an outdoor STEAM center, so with STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. So we're in the process of getting that and getting materials together to make that happen.
Awesome.
Mr.
I'm talking about.
What did you say PBIS was?
Positive behavior intervention support.
And I have another question. You have a teacher that's retired.
Yes, sir.
How long can they work? Can they work a whole year for you?
She is working a whole year for me. It just depends on their retirement and.
Right now, each individual retiree, there's a cap that the state provides they can make up to. Plus, if someone's newly retired, they have to wait 6 months before they can come back into the system. That's something we've advocated on, that is a need for us, that they need to take that 6-month waiting period away and allow retirees to come right back into the classroom, because I think we have a lot of folks in our community that are retired educators that would love to come back and work for us full time, but it just messes up with their retirement cap. So, but yeah, to answer that question, they can work the whole year just depending on when they start. Depends on, and each person's is different depending on their salary and earnings and other conditions, you know, specific to their age and that kind of.
And I'll say she's doing a great job for us. We started the year off with her there because we didn't have any applicants for teachers at that point in time. I do have a few applicants now that have just come about in the past couple of weeks, so I plan to interview them next week, or actually this week.
Just one more, Mr. Hedge. When you have your kids working, do you give them internship? No, I'm just joking.
Well, you know, that's something they came up with on their own, but they want to do it. I said, if y'all don't own it, y'all want to do it, we'll do it. So.
I appreciate it. I mean, you already feel, I mean, the community has supported a lot of these small schools. And if the principals will buy into it, the community will fall in and help you a lot. So,
And I'll say our-
more than
A
you
lot.
realize that, and it's great.
If I could add one thing, Chairman, if you don't mind, and board members. We was talking about retirees. I want to make this point too. I know you've heard some data and different things that's come up. See, now the state does not, even if we have a retired certified teacher in a classroom and they're teaching their heart out, doing a good job, moving kids, the state does not give us credit for those assessment scores because it's a retired teacher in a long-term sub position. So I want y'all to make, so even just think about some of these rooms where we have quality educators who are retired and back, they're not allowing us to count that. So our scores would be even better than really what they're showing. So I just want to make that point that that's something else we're advocating too. If they're a certified educator, their scores should count when they're working.
Should count.
And that's the situation we're in with that.
Right.
There because
Yeah.
I
Is
mean, why
anybody trying to change
couldn't
it?
several boards, commit that to BPI?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that we've been advocating. In fact, they're working on some stuff now with the accountability model. It's one of the things we said, because of teacher shortages, we've had to rely, and we're not the only, everybody is using retirees as much as they can to the limits that we have. But that's one thing that hurts us, knowing that they're getting educated by a quality educator, just someone who's retired. So that's definitely something that I think we need to continue to push our legislators for, to make some changes, not only in the accountability model for allowing those scores, but also in allowing retirees to come on back to work, because many of them,
What did they say is the reason for that?
that's just a state,
There a specific rule why they can't?
that's just something they've set with the state board as far as the accountability model. And I know there's some stuff tied with legislation as well with accountability, so I'd have to see exactly where that fell at, but all of us, I think all 115 LEAs are struggling with that same thing.
Seems like it'd be a common sense move with the way
It would be.
you know what I'm saying, it should be, but,
Yeah.
everybody's.
Things don't make common sense. Them don't fix.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
right.
Yeah, I understand that.
That's one thing we need to do. We need to push back on the state. Are they sending all this stuff down here that's bad for our teachers and bad?
I want to convince you, who are doing an awesome job.
We need to push back.
I went to your school and I know we spoke real briefly, but I like what I saw.
I
I
appreciate
like
it.
what I saw. You're doing an awesome job. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Ed. Next, we have Mr. Weimer, East Arcadia Primary School, or elementary school, excuse me.
Good evening, board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand before you this evening and tell you a little about East Arcadia. This is my first year as principal at East Arcadia. Previously, I was the assistant principal for 3 years at West Bladen. So we, just a little bit off my slide, we have put a lot of emphasis in the community also, because we felt like the community has given up on our school in the past, and we're starting to see that buy-in to come back into our schools. And I got some things I'll show you later on. But our student and staff demographics, you see our staff demographics reflects closely to the student population that are at our school. I don't have it up here, but we have 3 full-time teachers. We have 5 part-time that we share with another school. We have a full-time custodian, a full-time SRO, and we have a full-time media specialist. So we do have a couple combo classes. We have a K1 combo class and we have a 3-4 combo class. And we are working on some things to do away with that combo with some of the resources that we will have, like with our Title I money. We're going to do our best to not have a combo class next year, that we feel that's the best situation to have. Okay, so we have 3 full-time teachers, the media specialist, 5 half-time teachers. We got a teaching assistant that's full-time. We got 3 beginning teachers. We have 4 teachers with advanced degrees. We have 8 in their support staff, 1 SRO, and we're fully licensed with all of our staff. So here's some of our highlights from the year. So we have invested in our students. We believe in educating the whole student, not just certain parts of it. So we want to educate the whole students. We've invested in music equipment, academic supplies, and school tutoring for our students. We have successfully cleaned the school up. The physical appearance has greatly improved since when I got there. We have initiated restoring our relationship with our community. We have reestablished our relationship with our business partner, International Paper, which sponsored us in the adult spelling bee. We also had a couple from the community who's only been in the community, I think, since 2018. They have come to the school and they want to also be a partner with our school. And they don't even have children. They're an elderly couple, and we graciously accepted that partnership. And one thing that we're proud of, we were able to give every student, since we're a small school, every student got a Christmas gift when they went home for Christmas. And that meant a lot to those students, because some of them would go home, probably wouldn't have had that if we couldn't have gave that to them. And so this is in the Bladen Journal. Here's a thumbs up. So back when we came back from Christmas, we hosted a law enforcement breakfast to show our appreciation to law enforcement. And we got a thumbs up in the Bladen Journal for that. And they're talking about us building the community trust up and the friendship up within the community again. Our top three goals came off our SIP plan. We want to increase our reading proficiency. We want the student to become proficient, 55% of them in 3rd and 4th grade on the EOG testing. We want 55% of all of our 3rd and 4th graders to be proficient in math, according to the end of grade math test. And the reason we chose 55% because that's what it'll take for us to become exceeding growth. And that way we will leave the low performing school status. We did meet growth last year, but we have to exceed growth in order to get rid of that status. And also we want to increase the satisfaction of the community stakeholders in order to increase our enrollment by 25%. At the time that we wrote this SIP plan at the beginning of the year, we had 50 students. So we are halfway there. We got 5 students in the fall. So we were at 10% growth in our enrollment. So I told Dr. Axon, my plan is to get the attendance to where we can open that back building up again at East Arcadia.
Are you on track to do that?
We're working on, so some of the kids that came back came from charter schools, and that's what I was very pleased to see them coming back from the charter school.
How many?
We had 5 that came back from charter school.
So you're at 55?
Yeah, 55 now, yes, sir.
I want you to elaborate a little bit more about the community involvement. That's the only way we're going to get those kids back.
Yes, sir.
To get
So,
those parents back and the community back.
yes, sir. So we really publicized our Christmas program, and we plan on having it in the cafeteria. We figure, well, with the students and the parents, we figure that that would probably be big enough. Well, it wasn't. We had to bring chairs in. So when we have our spring concert, we're going to have it in the gym where we can set the stage up and have more chairs up for the parents. And we're going to be doing a community day later on in the spring where all the stakeholders in our community, we're going to invite them for a little luncheon at the school.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Mr. Farmer, could you share with them about your work on trying to get a pre-K reestablished there?
Yes, so that's one of our needs. So we do need a pre-K. So when we looked at data from the beginning year with our beginning year data, we had, at the time, we had 7 students in kindergarten, and we only had 1 student that was in the blue. The rest were in the red, and the student that was in the blue was the only one that had pre-K. So we're working hard in the community trying to get pre-K back. So we're putting flyers in like the local pediatrician's office in the area and in the churches. And so that's our biggest goal right now is get that pre-K back so we can help boost our enrollment too in that way. Because we found a lot of them, if they go to another pre-K, they won't come back to their school, but they come to our pre-K, they're more likely to stay there.
When I hear you going out in the community, you went to the churches.
I went to one church, but I've also, at the beginning of the year, I went and made home visits.
Yeah, I heard that. So how's the response to it?
Very good.
Really?
Yes, sir, very good.
That's what it's going to take to. That's a good
Yes,
job.
because like I was telling somebody a couple days ago that was at the school and the community members say, yeah, I know I'm not from the community, but you guys, they have embraced me where I feel like I'm part of the community now.
Yeah.
I know Mr. Weimer, and Jason may have to answer this. But at one point in time, we were picking up a lot of migrant students. Like
Yes, sir.
during certain times of the year.
Right. What I hear, they'll come in the spring. They say that's usually when they come to our schools in the spring of the year.
Right.
Do you know what
April.
percentage is?
That's during the time of the farm.
I know we typically, I think they've had as many in the past, and Dr. Henson's here, correct me if I'm wrong. We picked up as many as 20 to 25 students at one time during, in some years we have.
The K-8 school, they picked up over 150.
Right, it was K-8. So average, I think it's about 20, 25 that we would pick up typically around the month of April is when they would come in.
Because I know we're talking to the migrant program in Ivanhoe that has not the pre-K, but they have the early childhood. We're trying to reach out to them and kind of that pre-K so that when we have our screenings, trying to get them coming to the screenings.
Well, I'm telling you, I hope that the East Arcadia community, they need to buy into this school and they need to believe in it.
Yes, sir.
We have to have more than 55 students. And if they're doing other stuff or whatever, I mean, they need to support their community. And I hope that they will. I mean, it's one of the gems, that part of the county, and I
Yes,
hope
sir.
everybody respects it.
With our Christmas program, the thing about it was the staff started out buying the gifts, and then the community just started pouring into the kids. We had such great community support for our Christmas program.
Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I've been to several schools in this county, so if I don't speak on each one that comes up, I apologize, and I'm getting over bronchitis, so forgive me. But I do want to commend you, Principal Weimer. I've been to East Arcadia. And he took me around that whole school. And I know the custodian's helping you as well, but the amount of attention they've given to the back part, he's given to that back part of that school, he's cleaned it up a lot. And I got to sit and eat with the students that were there. And they really enjoy this man as a principal. I mean, he's just an all around, these kids look at him as, I guess you would say, a dad. I mean, they're able to be fun around him. And for all that you're doing for the community and the school, because I haven't been there, I see that you're not just coming up here and you're saying, oh, well, this is what I want to do. You're actually putting, even on your off time, you're volunteering your own time, to get that school back in order. I mean, the stuff that your librarian has to do, reorganizing all that's not easy work, but you're doing it, man. And I commend you on that.
Thank you, sir.
What do you need from us from a board? Is there anything that, because I will say to the board, and I'll say to Dr. Atkinson, there is, a few problems in that back that maybe we need to address, because a couple of those classrooms we can't use right now. So outside of that, is there anything we can do to help you get that school back?
Yeah, just your continued support and keep coming to the school, and just as things come up, listening to me, and everything that you guys have done so far has been beneficial. I appreciate it too.
Thank you, Principal Barber.
Good job.
Next, we have Ms. Priscilla Braymore, Worthington Primary School.
Evening, board. And thank you for having us. I am Ms. Brayboy, principal of Elizabethtown Primary. This is my 6th year at Elizabethtown Primary. Currently have an assistant principal and a part-time assistant principal. This is the overview of staff. As you can see, there are quite several there, but I just want to go to the grade level classes. We have 5 pre-K classrooms. 2 of those are EC pre-K. I have 1 beginning teacher in that section. 5 kindergarten classrooms, 1 beginning teacher. 5 third grade classrooms. 5 first grade classrooms, that should be first grade there, and 3 beginning teachers. In 2nd grade, 4 teachers, 2 beginning teachers. In 3rd grade, 4 teachers, and 4th grade, 4 teachers and 1 beginning teacher. She's in her 3rd year. 5 exceptional children's classrooms, and 4 of those are self-contained, and 1 is a resource. As you can see, with all that staff, have right at 80 staff members.
Wow.
Here's the overview of the students. 500, this is actually off a little, 510 students. We lost 1, but as of today, I think we're gaining 1 back. So it should be 511. That is the breakdown of the grade levels, how many students per class. 68 pre-K students, 105 kindergarten, 97 first, 79 second, 76 third, 87 4th grade. The ethnicity group, we have 303 African-American Black students, 71 Hispanic, 9 American Indian, 2 or more races, 32, 95 white, and 2 Asian. The goals for Elizabethtown Primary, these came straight from our school improvement
plan, we would like to improve our math scores, 45% proficiency and 42% proficiency in reading. And I know that most of my colleagues have come up, they've had a 55. That is the proficiency rate that it takes to be AC school. Well, talking to Dr. Henson, we wanted to be realistic. We would like to be that, but we at least to get us up out of our F status into a D status, we wanted to be realistic. Parental engagement, 55%, and increase our student breakfast, keep that at 95%. Highlights of Elizabethtown Primary. So we have some very more than this, but these are some things that we pulled. We are a one-to-one school, so every student in pre-K 4th grade have a Chromebook or iPad assigned to them. Our students with disability, even though we are we have an F, our students with disabilities actually met growth this year.
Awesome.
I will tell you that our students with disability, we have 102 students with IEPs. That includes speech, and we have 11 that are now in process. So that's something that we've been battling with for years, but this year they were actually able to meet growth. Ms. Hearn, an awesome art teacher, she is the president of the North Carolina Arts Education Association. She has not only presented at state level, but she has also presented at national level. We are a 5-star pre-kindergarten school. This year, we're able to have an additional guidance counselor and an additional social worker because of our numbers. Now, our social worker, we actually paid for that young lady out of Title I, and we share her with Dr. Dia Thomas. So she's not there every day, all day, but our guidance counselor is, and she actually came from local funds. Okay, so highlights of Elizabethtown Primary. This is what I believe, and my teachers know this. Our job is to teach students we have, not the ones we like to have, not the ones we used to have, those we have right now, and all of them. So we cannot pick and choose when students come to our school, where they come from, their background. But we have to teach every one of them.
What's a 5-star pre-K?
That is the highest rating that you can have according to efforts from the State Department. So we are a 5-star.
So how many pre-K teachers you say you have?
I have 3 NC pre-K teachers and 2 EC pre-K teachers. We are at, right now, we are max in our NC pre-K. So 18 per class.
You were talking about your percentages there, about coming up to 45% and being realistic. What's keeping us below, what's keeping us on the lower spectrum of the F, you said?
We have several subgroups. And I know Dr. Henson will say this, but if you have, and I'll say African-American student who's economically disadvantaged, who has an IEP, they're going to 3 of your subgroups right there. They're going to hit each one of those subgroups. So if they are proficient, it's going to bring every one of them down.
So what exactly are the steps so we can get them proficient?
We are working very hard, Mr. Locklear. The teachers are working overtime. They go above and beyond. We look at proficiency, but it's growth. We've made exceptional growth all across the board, but it's the 80-20 rule from DPI that is keeping us.
That's it.
Okay. Dr. Atkinson talked about the teachers, the certified teacher. I had 2 third-grade classrooms that one had a long-term, well, both were long-term substitutes. One was a certified teacher. I got no credit for either one of those classrooms, third grade. No credit at all.
So how many long-term subs do you have now, Ms.
I
Brown?
actually have one that's in first grade, but this year strategically, I got certified teachers in third and fourth grade.
So that one that's in first grade, they're not certified.
She is certified. Matter of fact, she actually was one of those that was in the third grade class that met growth, but no credit.
Dr. Atkinson, if I may ask you real quick, you said there was a 6-month waiting period.
Great.
Put on retired teachers. Not trying to be funny or anything, but I mean, this board runs Bladen County Schools. What can we as a board do to say, look, we got to have our teachers in place?
That is a state retirement system rule. So we continue to advocate. Like I said, we've been superintendents, we've said these are priorities of things we need as part of the legislative agenda from NCASA and NCSSA, which is State Superintendent Association. It's like that and the accountability. Now, I will say one of the pending bills that's just coming out is launching a study on the accountability model, which we know was coming. And we have a meeting coming up shortly to give more superintendent input on that. Ideally, we want 50-50, 50% on growth, 50% on proficiency. Then that gives you a true account, because at the end of the day, proficiency gives you a 1 moment in time score on a child. We have teachers that spend 170 plus days with kids all day long, and they're growing children. So that is something that we definitely are continuing to advocate for. And we hope that study is going to lend into that way, because it won't happen this next year because it'll be a study year and a pilot year, but we're pushing for 50-50.
How long has the 80-20 been in effect?
Since 2012, maybe before then. It's been a while.
I assume if we went to 50-50, it would help all the schools. Correct?
Every school would benefit.
This is actually the
Tremendous.
first year that Elizabethtown Primary has been a failing school, because in the past, we've been exceeded growth, met growth.
Ms. Brayboy, is that why the teacher went back to first grade, the third grade teacher went back to first grade because she was not gonna get credit for it?
No, I placed her
Really?
because I
That
wanted
makes sense,
credit,
don't it?
because I wanted credit this year for everything.
Because testing gonna be on third grade, right? What about Mr. Edge here? What grades are your teachers, your long-term substitute?
I have one in third grade, and I was not as strategic in placement with that.
Yeah. Just a thought.
I have a question. Credit. What exactly does that mean? When you don't get credit, where does the credit come from? And can you explain that? Can you
So the
elaborate?
proficiency of those students who are 3, 4, 5s. If a student scored 3, 4, 5, I don't get any credit if it's a long-term sub. It is not, Dr. Henson did explain it a whole lot better than Ms. Craig. But he is the guru.
You're doing well, man.
Hold on, you're saying,
You're doing well.
But- And it's not fair. I'm just gonna say it's not fair. Everybody knows it's not fair.
It's not fair.
Because these gentlemen and women, they work hard above and beyond. And for, the growth that we made, just not to get anything is just, it's a kick in your gut.
Well, does the credit come from the state?
That's the state, it's not.
She's retired, they're retired and they're sitting in that spot and
And
like
that-
third grade and they're.
And with,
They
so,
get higher speed.
and with COVID, we brought in who we could bring in. The teachers were not there.
And the 80-20 model is going to take an active legislation to change, because it is in law that way. And that's one of the few things that state law has dictated straight out. It's a lot of times it says the state board has the authority to do X, Y, and Z, but that legislation, that's what that study is about, to see, can we study models? And that's why we've been really pushing. We need 50-50. That really, you still got because of federal accountability, you got to have that proficiency score in there. But when you put 80% of 100 points toward that, it just totally skews. You have one score is what's dictating, and we know that kids are growing, but that formula now is not showing that growth that they're doing.
COVID hurt them. So
Yeah.
you think about COVID and what it did, and again, common sense, we'd have looked at that whole thing and been like, hey, we need to change the way we're looking at this stuff from a legislative, political, whatever it needs to be, but it's been 10 years. We had 3 years of these committees going through this process and coming out of the code piece. So one of what, they're not looking at it at the level that they need to.
And you also really need curriculum standards reform too, because they will never catch up if you keep maintaining the same standards. So they need to go back and look at some of these things and where the appropriateness of the grade level, and where they're placed at. That's been a burden because you're still being held to the same exact standards you were before COVID. And we know that learning loss has been there. So there's been no change in how they've outlined the standards at this point. Thank you, Ms. Barry.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm the only one eating.
Next, we have a Plainview primary with Mr. Jason Folsom.
Evening, everybody. How's everyone doing? Well, we are home of the Busy Bees, where we don't do average, we do awesome. So we have 29 staff members. We have 10 K-4 classrooms. We have 1 pre-K. We share our resource, our EC, our PE, art, music with Mr. Edge at Dublin. And that, as y'all asked before, what would help? Having a full-time EC teacher, that is something that would be dramatically, have someone related it to a weight loss program the other day. If you're only doing something a couple of days a week, it's hard to make that growth. So, having somebody that was there full-time, that would be a tremendous add to those students who are in need of support. As you see, we actually added 2 students today. We have 176 students. 86 male students, 88 female, 70 Black or African American, 56 Hispanic, 2 or more races, we have 10, and white students, we have 38. Highlights. We have many veteran teachers, a lot of teachers who have been there over plus 25 years that grew up either around the school, went to school there, have spent a lot of their time at that school. This has allowed these staff members to really get to know the families that we serve. Many of them built great relationships with the parents and families. They have fostered good parent and community participation and support. Relatives, their cousins. They have kids who are related in different grade levels and things like that. So really that family aspect of Plainview, I feel, is what makes us unique. There's a sense of family community. The students work together very well and take pride in their school. They treat each other like family, work together very well. Teachers and staff all cooperate to help make every day at PVP a great day. It is encouraging and comforting to have staff members that can rely on each other, and that is exactly the truth. Anytime we have been without a custodian for some time, and we have someone in place now, so they help do all those kind of things. Students asking, hey, how can I help you today, Mr. Folsom? Can I help do this, or do you need this? Teachers helping pick up different things to take care of all the, things that come with having elementary students, all the different bodily fluids that may arise in one day. So teachers really have a sense of community there. And it's comforting to know that, if I am away from the building or if something happens, we know we're going to be well taken care of. Our Christmas program was unbelievably attended. There were so many people there that I couldn't even see it, honestly. There's people waiting out in the lobby. There was people waiting outside the doors. Miss Benell was here. She would vouch for that because it was unbelievable the amount of support. But they were parked the whole way down Chickenfoot. So it was ridiculous. But we really appreciate the community support. We have support from churches, local churches, that really help support the school. Donated stuff. We have, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but they come and do a little prayer for some of the teachers and drop off little treats and things for the teachers. They brought school supplies, just a whole lot of different organizations and local churches that really have poured into the school. So that's been great to see. Our top 2 to 3 school goals, and this comes again from our school improvement plan as well. Principal monitors curriculum and classroom instruction regularly and provides timely, clear, constructive feedback to teachers. All teachers will employ effective classroom management and reinforce classroom roles and procedures by positively teaching them. Schools establish team structure among teachers with specific duties and time for instructional planning. LEA school regularly looks at school performance data and aggregated classroom observation data and uses that data to make decisions about school improvement and professional development needs. We were a C school last year. One of our set goals was to increase our reading scores by 15%, our parent involvement by 50%. We had really good math scores last year. The growth was the achievement was 82%, I believe, overall with the math scores. So really focusing on the reading, but it was really good to see, we had a score of 69. So that was 1 point away from being a B school. So.
That's good. Especially coming from a school they were going to South End.
Great job.
Yes, sir.
Do what you know.
All right, thank you.
Next, we'll transition to our middle schools. First, middle schools, we'll have Blamer Middle School would be Miss Vanessa Ruffin. Principal Miss Ruffin is out today with illness. So Miss Crystal Mikulski, our assistant principal, will be doing the presentation for us tonight.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Greetings from Bladenboro Middle School. Ms. Ruffin is not feeling well and hates that she can't be here, but I'm going to try to give you the information that you need. Thank you for letting me be here. So this is an overview of our students and our staff. We currently have 274 students. That changes every day. Sometimes we go up a little bit, sometimes we go down. Ms. Ruffin and I made it a goal last year. It was our first year there together as an admin team, and our goal was 300 students. And there were days where we questioned that as students came in, we wanted them to go back, but we want 300 students. That is our goal. So we are well on our way. Our demographics, as you can see here, we have 56% white, 20% black, 15% Hispanic, 7% of 2 or more, and then 2% American Indian. We did exceed our growth last year. We were so excited about that. We celebrated with our staff. We also are very excited that we have Teacher of the Year at our staff, at our school. That's Jessica Rhodes. She's Bladen County's Teacher of the Year. We also have our CTE Teacher of the Year for Bladen County. That's Miss Margaret Shelton. She's wonderful. And the beginning teacher, Miss Walters, Marlena Walters. So we're very proud to have those on our staff. Our demographics for our staff as well. We have 59% white female, 16 white male, 22 black female, 3% black male. So overall, we have 75% and 25%. And it was important to us to make sure that that kind of matched what our student demographics were. We want to make sure that our students see someone that looks like them and that meets that same expectation as them as well. So these are our highlights we're so proud of. One of them is what I need. This is something that Ms. Ruffin learned about the summer before she became the principal at Bladenboro Middle. And we implemented it last year, but we have expanded it some this year. This is an intervention time that we offer at the end of each day. And this is when students are allowed to work on things that they're missing. They're allowed to sit with their teachers in a small group setting and work on things that they need. That also gives them time to meet with a guidance counselor if that's something that they need to do. It gives them time to work with us. Sometimes they'll come to the office if they need some counseling or some talking to by one of us. So it just allows that time in our schedule for them to get what they need. And we're very proud of that. Another thing that we offer is electives. These are choice electives, which is very important in middle school as they try to find their way and learn about themselves. Some of the things that we've offered so far, we have photography, nail art, puzzles, poetry, and the list goes on. And the students have really enjoyed doing that, making choices and getting plugged in. I think our staff, our teachers enjoy it just as much as our students. So when they get finished with those core classes, they're able to sit. I have multiple pictures on my phone of teachers sitting beside a student, putting together a puzzle or doing something like that. And it really is building relationships with our students and staff, which we think is very important. One thing that we're very proud of is we have an FFA chapter. We're the only middle school that has an FFA chapter. So we are just really, really excited. And like I said, Ms. Shelton, our ag teacher, she really pushes that and does a really good job with that. So we always try to highlight that when we're given the chance. Staff wellness is also a top priority. If you've ever been to Bladenboro Middle School, we have a lot of fun. Miss Ruffin is fun. I try to be fun most of the time, and we just have a good time with our staff. And I think that that's a really big aspect of why we have been successful the past 2 years. We call ourselves the dream team because we work well together and we make sure our staff knows that we appreciate them. We've implemented a wellness room. We have some things in there so they can go in there and relax. If they call me and say, hey, Ms. Mikulski, I need a minute. Okay, I'm on my way. And I sit in their room, they can go in there and listen to some music. We have lots of snacks in there. They make sure they tell you if we're running low on snacks. I'll get messages throughout the weekend. Hey, can you pick up some coffee? We're running low. So they really take advantage of that. And we think that's very important. We're also going to be, or we already have started working with Angela Mendel through DPI, and she's helping us. We actually had some training today. She's helping us with staff wellness, mental wellness, and that's also going to be part of something that we do with our students so that we can recognize when our students are in need of some mental health. And our guidance counselor, she's new this year and she's wonderful and is helping us along the way with that as well. We are very proud that we have duty-free lunch for our staff. That's not always the case in middle school. And so we allow our teachers, with our elective teachers, we really have to finagle our master schedule, but we work really hard to do that so that our teachers have a minute to eat lunch by themselves or with their colleagues and have some time. We also have lots of staff outings where we get together and make sure that we are bonding as a team so that we can be there for our students. Here are some pictures that go along with some of the things I just talked about. This top picture, we have a strawberry patch that we're proud of. Ms. Shelton has that from Ag. We also really try to incorporate lots of field trips and expose our students to things that otherwise they might not be able to experience. The picture in the middle is where our staff went to Top Golf in Myrtle Beach over Christmas break and just got together and enjoyed some time together. Miss Melvin, which is our bookkeeper, she is there in the massage chair. Please don't tell her that this picture is up there. I'm playing, she won't mind. And then the bottom pictures are just our students working in those electives that I was speaking about. They get to cook, they get to do science experiments. We had one elective that was called CSI, and they got to do thumbprints and things like that. So they just really get exposed to a lot of things that otherwise they wouldn't be able to. And then the one in the middle where everyone is in pink, that is 3 of our staff members. That's our 6th grade team. And we have PBIS that we've talked about earlier. And one of the incentives that we do each week, if you've been to our school on Fridays, you never know what Ms. Ruffin and I may look like because we get to dress a color depending on what grade level did not have any office referrals or any issues throughout the week. We celebrate them on Friday. So this particular Friday was Pink Day, which was 6th grade. That's the color that represents them. And so all the staff dresses in pink, and we just really celebrate the kids for having good behavior and doing what they're supposed to. These are our goals for him. Again, we get these from our school improvement plan. We would like to increase our proficiency rate for all subgroups to 55% in reading and math. One big thing that we really want to focus on is for the upcoming year is to expand our music and arts program. That would include a full-time music position. Right now we have a part-time position. And so she's wonderful, but she's only there half a day. So that really limits what we can do with that. And then to have 100% of staff to participate in more professional development by attending workshops and training. We really want to be purposeful in growing our staff. We want our staff to stay with us. We want our staff to be high quality staff and to give our students all that they deserve. So we want to make sure that we're offering them the professional development they need. Any questions that I can relay to Ms. Ruffin?
I have one question. Teacher, how many days out the week are they there?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The music teacher.
She's there 5 days a week, but she's with us in the morning. She leaves at 11:30 and goes to the primary school. So she's only offering band right now. So if we could have her full-time or a music teacher full-time, we would be able to do, course and other things other than just band.
Ms. McCloskey,
Yes,
did you and Ms. Ruffin make this, this plan that you have here? Did y'all make this model?
we did. Yes, we work really well together. We're very close. And so as far as the goals and things, yes, we sit down together usually all throughout the weekend and at nights and talk about the things that we're going to do. So yes.
As far as the music teacher, if full-time will arise, would she take it?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that their own thing?
I don't know. I'll have to advertise.
And
I was just a question,
that's one area we're asking for increased funding. All LEAs are. There's a K-8 enhancement budget line, and that's specific to music, art, PE.
To get that.
And it does not fully fund what we do. So
We
we,
need that back in middle school. We definitely need it back in high school.
yeah, well, I mean, and that's actually a K-8 budget line. And that's one that they, but again, that was one of those things. I said, we're going to create a K-8 enhancement line. But what they did was reduce classroom teacher line and put it in. So they moved from one pot and put it didn't add anything to what we already had. So that's what, so that was misleading. We thought we were getting additional teaching positions for that. They took them out of the general classroom budget line for that. So, but we are trying to be as creative as possible. Schools are doing a good job utilizing their Title I and other sources to help supplement in that as well. But we have a lot of shortfalls from the state on teaching positions.
And I know you have some building issues. And
We do.
I have been working with several people, talking to them, trying to find a way to, get some of that correct.
If we could utilize our multi-purpose room, that would be awesome. We would definitely, be able to do some really good things in there, as well as our older building, which they are working on that. We've done lots of work on that already. So being able to use all parts of the building would be great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Next, we have Clarkton School Discovery, Ms. Heather Thompson.
Hello, everyone, and good evening. I am Heather Thompson, the principal of Clarkton School Discovery, but I am just the leader of the most wonderful faculty and staff. They are the ones down in the trenches every day doing all the hard work, and I'm just there to be their supervisor, is what I tell them. I'm just there to make sure everything's running smoothly. Ms. Ross cannot be here with us tonight because she is overcoming what I call the beta bug. Whenever they go to convention every year, it never fails. A lot of our students and staff always come back with the beta bug because you're in that tight facility for so long with over 3,000 students, and they cough and touch, and there we go. So, but she did apologize. She cannot be here tonight. Currently, we have 210 students. We are actually increasing. I have a couple that are going to enroll this week. our breakdown is, we have 114 females and 96 males. We do house the AIG Project Challenge Program where we have 50 students enrolled at this time. However, you know, those students, everyone thinks, oh, that's the easy way to get the growth. Those are the most difficult students sometimes to grow because they're already at the top. So getting them even higher, you know, is a true challenge. So we're lucky to have such a wonderful Project Challenge staff that knows how to reach these students. We have currently 15 exceptional students and we have 4 more that's in the process. As far as our staff, we have 14 certified teachers on staff, 4 classified staff, 2 cafeteria staff, 5 transportation, and we have 3 vacancies right now. Our PC Science, we have advertised all year. You know anyone with a science, we're still looking. But I will have to say we have been very creative with it. We have several teachers who have given up their plannings so that they can reach, and those are our certified science teachers that are teaching those students throughout the day. So we have been lucky that they have decided to do that because they know that our students matter and they want to make that difference. We have interviewed for our ISS and our 7A ELA position, so we'll be pending on board approval on those. What makes us unique? We are a very unique school. Number one, of course, is Project Challenge, where we have the students come throughout the district to Clarkton that are the gifted populations. And they are together for the 3 years and they can leave with up to 3 to 4 high school credits before entering high school. We are a North Carolina Arts Grant recipient. This year we received $28,000 to bring in artists in residencies. And we've had 2 of those and we have one scheduled in March and another one scheduled at the beginning of May, right before testing. And this goes into where they come in, they teach, but it's beyond the classroom. They usually do a nice presentation to the school and then they go into the rooms for 1 day or it could be a full week. We recently had Mr. Mike Wiley and the students loved him. He did a great thing with Jackie Robinson. And they had one of my 5th graders the other day said, when's he coming back? Can we get him back? I said, well, he's a little expensive, so I went to wait. Of course, we do have our extensive elective program where it is a lot of hands-on activity. This was part of our, this photo here is from the quilting class where Miss Rita Rogers goes in and brings in math into the quilting and shows them and actually sews the quilts together and they donate them to local nursing homes.
Nice.
We do have a national award-winning junior beta club. We are very proud of all their hard work. You know, I've seen it from my first year teaching all the way up. I've been a beta sponsor even to now, and I love seeing how these kids have grown, how it's spread throughout the district. And maybe we get a district of distinction. And let's keep it growing because that is something to have. I think there right now we only have 6 in North Carolina. And I'd like for us to be the next one. Because you see how fabulous all of our kids have done this week from the elementary up to the high school. And let's continue that going. That really puts a spotlight on Bladen County schools. When you look in the region, how many awards we've brought home. Our goals are reading, math, science proficiency. Our goal this year is 20 to 25% growth. We are building for the B. We were right there. So our goal is at 20% in each area so that we can hit that B. And our last main goal we have this year was to be fully staffed with our certified and our classified. So we would not have any vacancies and be ready to rock and roll out.
Sound good.
Questions?
Great job.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Nice.
Next, we have Ms. Joyce Spencer at Elizabethtown Middle School.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Joyce Spencer, principal of Elizabethtown Middle School. This is my first year. I am coming from the beautiful home of the Busy Bee. That's where I was last year. So here I have Mr. Carl as my assistant principal. He is also new, so this is our first year at Elizabethtown Middle School. Okay, for our Cougar family, we have an enrollment of 324 scholars from 5th grade through 8th grade. We have 50% African American, 24% Hispanic, 16% white, Multiracial, we have 7%, and our Native American, we have 3%, and our overall proficiency for the school year 2021 was 17%. Our faculty, myself and Mr. Carroll, we have an academic coach. We got that one out of using some of our CSI money because we're a low performing school. Currently, we have 2 vacancies, a 5th grade science and a 5th grade social study teacher. But we have been very creative. So what we did was our 5th grade teacher, the math teacher teaches the science and the math, and the reading teacher also teaches science. So we're covered there with all our EOGs. Our exceptional children, we have 3 self-contained classes because we are the feeder school for the EC Middle School. So we have 2 self-contained and 1 profound, and we also have approximately a third of our students are EC. Okay, for our beginning teachers, in 5th grade, 1%. And 6th grade, all 4 teachers are beginning teachers. 7th grade, 3 of them are beginning teachers. And 8th grade, we have 1 beginning teacher. Exceptional children, we have 3 teachers. Long-term sub, we have 2. The support staff, we have a social worker, we have a guidance counselor, we have a medium, we have a PE, we have a coach, we have a part-time band, and we have an art teacher. CTE, we had her for the first half. We share her with Ms. Coleman, so right now we have a sub in that class. And we also have an EL teacher on staff. Okay, what are some of our highlights? Presently, we have what is called the Elevate program. Because we did not have a 6th grade teacher, we sourced out, so we got a company to do virtual teaching for our 6th grade class. So what happens there is that the students are online every day with that teacher. Fortunately for us, on January the 30th, we got a 6th grade certified math teacher. So we have 2 teachers there helping our 6th grade staff.
Good.
Our values, we are a diverse set of students and staff. Some of our venturous activities, because of our low performing, we had some money, some extra money. So right now we have an outdoor classroom. We also have an outdoor basketball court. And if you notice our decoration there, our art teacher, she's very artistic. So whatever season it is, she does decorate at the front of our building. We are trying to enhance the appearance. So we had decks, we had dexes that we got on the outside. We had benches for students to sit. Okay, for the voices of our parent advisory committee, presently we do have a parent advisory committee that was not there for the longest while. So they are very involved with our students and with the staff. We did have a meeting for this week that we had to cancel, but they are part of the community. We're trying to build back the community setting in our school, trying to get people more involved in our community because there has been a disconnect with the school and the community. So we're bringing that back slowly but surely. Okay, for our Vigor Cougar Learning Academy, extend learning opportunities for our students in the afternoon. Our students have a chance to do an extra elective class where we do step team. We do, they play the drum, they do something that is gonna uplift them instead of doing just the regular classroom setting work. Our school goals. Our first goal is to increase students' proficiency from 17% school-wide to 25%. Why 25%? Because when we get to 25%, we will exceed our school goal. We are 17, and as Ms. Brayboy said, we are being realistic. We're not gonna say we're gonna go to 50 because right now, because of we're building and it takes step by step to get where we are realistic. So 25, when we get there, we would exceed our goal. Okay, develop and enhance the professional capacity of every teacher with a focus on quality lesson planning, instructional delivery, and classroom management. Right now, all of our teachers, they're either going to a reading conference, a math conference, science conference, or a social study conference. And we were able to use some of our CSI money to make sure that all of our teachers go to that workshop. Okay, the next goal is creating a positive school culture focused on building relationships with students, families, and each other. And we are slowly getting back into working with the community, making sure that our students' needs are met, that we have that relationship with parents, community members, all the stakeholders that is involved with Elizabethtown Middle School. Any questions?
Yeah, I have one. You have 17% licensed teachers. What grade? You're fully licensed. What grade do they teach?
What was that?
The 17%, what grade do they teach?
We have one in fifth grade, in sixth grade, all four are BLT. In seventh grade, we have one fully licensed. In eighth grade, we have 3.
So those folks have a license, it's just they're in the provisional license status until they finish their 3 years in there.
How's your building repairs coming?
Well, we're getting there. We are working on uplifting the appearance of the building, working with Dr. Atkinson, Mr. Benny. We are getting there. It takes time, but gradually we're getting there.
Some of those things, I just didn't understand how I got to that point. It's an awesome school. And with that school being a school that we use quite a bit for different things within the county, and in the county, people in the county using it too. Can't let it fall. Keep doing what you're doing. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spence. Next, we have Ms. Teresa Coleman with Tar Heel Middle School.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about Tar Heel and what we've got going on in Panther Country. Our staff is, we have 292 students. There's a breakdown. We're Hispanic heavy. We have 44% of our students are Hispanic, and a majority, bless you, and a majority of them are in the EL program. 25% are African American, 24% are white. Our breakdown by grade, our 6th grade and 8th grade are a little smaller than our other 2, but never fear, we're enrolling kids every day. We brought 4 in last week, I think. So we're still growing out there. Our teaching staff, we have 15 full-time members, 2 of half-time. We share CTE with Elizabethtown Middle, and we share music with West Bladen. Of our 15 full-time teachers, 2 of them are beginning teachers in their 3rd year. And of our half-time teachers, the CTE teacher is a beginning teacher in her 1st year of teaching. Our teacher assistants, one of them is in the EL department working with our 70-some EL students, and our ISS teacher is another teacher assistant on staff. We do have a full-time meeting specialist, a full-time counselor that we just brought in January 3rd, and she's doing a phenomenal job learning the job. She came out of the private sector and is learning the first time working in a school. So that's always eye-opening, especially at middle school. So we have 15 teachers that are highly qualified, and we have, like I said, 2.5 that are beginning teachers. Some fun facts about Tar Heel. We are actually the oldest functioning building in Bladen County Schools. The main office area was built in 1925. And back when it was built, in case you don't know, let's do a little history buff here. It was a 2-story building. And in the 30s or late 30s, early 40s, the top half caught on fire. So therefore it was leveled, and then the school started expanding outward as it is now. So, and you can stand in the backyard and look at the building and tell where each section of the school was added on, because it was a different brick every time. I have people that come to me and they want, as we get to phase 2 of the new building, they're talking about wanting a brick. I want a brick. I want a brick. I'm telling you, you better figure out which one you want. Which year do you want a brick from? And if they get one from the 1925 era, it might not be one you can buy on. I think it will crumble. We asked our staff some things that we wanted to share that makes our school unique, because I'm all about a team and everybody buying into what we're selling at our school. And my media center specialist wanted me to make sure y'all knew that we're the only school in Bladen County that has a media center that's upstairs. So you got to move up. And, you know, that she thought that was that, and that is unique. And kind of different, but, it is if you haven't been out and seen the building lately, you need to come out and see it before, December of next year, because it is, it's a nice building. It's got a lot of stories there to it. Our staff truly believes in making sure that kids know how much they care, because until they know that how much you care, they don't care what you know. And we do build relationship with students. Often we have, I do not at the current moment have an assistant principal. So I oftentimes will pull in a teacher to help me with a situation with a student that's struggling with something. And what we do is, I had a situation with a 7th grade student, and we were dealing with some things that kid was struggling with. And my teacher, I thought I was going to go get the clinics for her, because we care that much for our kids. And it was genuine. It was not a let me cry for this kid thing. It was I care about you enough to where I want you to make better decisions. And we sell that every day, everybody in my building. And that brings us up to the last one. We are a family. We were short-staffed. I do not have an SRO at the moment. My assistant principal is not with us right now. So there are gaps, but, and Dr. Atkinson, I think, can attest that when he comes to my building, you wouldn't know that we're short staffed, because we all jump in and get things done, because it's all about those 292 kids that walk our halls every day. So we are a family at Tar Heel. Next. Our goals are straight off of our school improvement plan. We are low performing, and we're working hard to increase our proficiency so we can become out of that status of low performing. We will use some of our funds that were provided federally to offer a tutoring program later in the year as we push to the finish. We had a subgroup. Our targeted subgroup was our African-American students that didn't score as high. So that's our focus group right there. And we have remediation classes to work with those groups. So that's how we're addressing those subgroups. We have classes in our schedule where we can pull those and have those in a remediation class to work on any kind of weaknesses that we've identified. We also have a real strong student services team, student support team that works with our PBIS program and to find interventions for students that have poor attendance or they're struggling academically. If they have behavior issues, whatever the area of need is, we try to find ways to implement the strategies that's going to help them be a more successful citizen as we get them ready for to move over to the high school. That's all I got. Do y'all have any questions for me?
How long have you been without an SRO?
They put him back on the road in December. But we do have one that they'll schedule, and if they're available, they'll come in. We have one that'll come occasionally, but I don't have one that's in my building every day. Usually it's a different one every day.
So what you're basically saying, you have one that when you have the issue that arises, you can call when somebody's kind of.
I call West Blade and Matt Long, the sergeant, and he gets there as quick as he can. That's what we've done in the past.
How many issues have you had arise where you needed an SRO?
This year?
Yeah.
None.
No.
0.
Still unacceptable. What we gotta do about that, Dr. Atkinson? How can we get one out there?
That is,
He can't control.
yeah, I don't have any, we have they are, I think they have 9 that are assigned, there's 3 vacancies. What they have done in those 3 is they've rotated personnel.
Okay.
But it's just that the availability of what the sheriff's department can provide us with that. I know I think they've mentioned, they were talking, there was having some interviews coming up, so hopefully we'll get some folks placed here, but.
What you should have is an SRO that is sharing that time. Once you go to your school for a certain amount of hours and another one to another school. Yeah. That's the way that should be happening. That school should not be left uncovered at all. That's unacceptable. Period.
So for the month of January, I think we had in that time period there, I think we had like 2 days where we had 3 days maybe where there was nobody there, but it's a different young person every day. Every day.
And that's another issue because the person that's filling in does not know the school. They don't have a relationship built with you and your staff. They don't know the kids day to day.
And Mr. Davis, what we're having to do is every time it's a new one coming in, either myself or my admin intern, we're having to walk the building with them and talk to them about our building.
And that's taking away time. You need to be doing something else and you're already short a principal, assistant principal. again, it's unacceptable. We need to do something about it, board members. We really do. We need to push the issue.
We are starting to see some faces again, so they kind of know the building when they come back for their second tour duty, but that's
Let me ask you this question.
I appreciate your concern about that because we are kind of out on the
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
on the
ma'am.
extreme part of the county.
Yes, ma'am.
I will tell you that the sheriff's office across the street from our school, where the old fire department was, they sometimes station a couple of deputies there.
It's a substation.
But they're not ours. And like you said, that's our building.
No, and most of the time, they're not gonna, even if they're doing paperwork, they're not gonna just walk into the school because they know that's not the task, but, you know, we need to do something about that. They need to push that issue.
All right, do you have any officers that check on randomly like that?
Do I have any check on us?
Yeah.
Yes, well, like I said, what they're having to do is the duties that are off, the road deputies that are off duty will be assigned to my school when they're off duty. So they're coming off a 3 or 4 day rotation and then they come to my school. But it's like Mr. Davis said, it's a different one all the time and they're not familiar with a lot of things
The
about
school resource officer needs to be a part of your family. They
Absolutely,
need to be a part of your school.
absolutely.
They need to walk the walk and talk the talk every day, period. And they have the wrong perception of this. But they know how it's supposed to be, but it just ain't happening yet. But we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. I thank you for what you are doing, because you're at a great disadvantage right now.
I agree with you. And, you know, Mr. Davis, I know that I worked with you when you weren't SRO, and you were a wonderful SRO. So any day you want to come out.
You got it. You got it.
Anything
You
else?
got it. Are you currently looking for an assistant principal?
We can't discuss that.
Oh,
Can't discuss that.
It's personnel.
oh, my bad.
I'm sorry.
We've got 75 days of school left and we're moving forward every day. And like I said, we're a family. And I know for one thing for sure, if I call Ms. Brown, if I call Ms. Whitesmith, I call Dr. Atkinson, I'm gonna tell you, they're gonna be there to help me and deal with whatever happens at that time.
Great.
I also have 12 administrators here with me. I can call any one of them at any time and they'll give me advice. They're not gonna come running to help me.
Thank you.
You come, you want to walk away.
Next, we'll start our high schools. We have Bladen Early College, Ms. Cheshire.
Well, greetings from Bladen Early College. We are on the campus of Bladen Community College. My name is Haley Cheshire and I'm the principal there. This is my first year, full year at the early college. I have been there since October of last year. So overview of our students and staff. We have 6 full-time teachers, 2 math, 2 science, 1 English, 1 history, a college liaison, a counselor, a data manager, a bookkeeper, and myself. We are fully staffed, which we're very excited about. Students, we have 135 total. You see the breakdown there. We have 8 multilingual learners, 5 EC students, 61 males, 74 females. We're a little female heavy. And then the demographics you can see there. How we are unique. Our students go through an extensive application process for admission. We accept students from all over Bladen County in grades 9 through 12. We accept rising freshmen and sophomores. Our students are dual citizens of the college and the high school. We take college classes freshman year. So our freshmen are currently enrolled in college classes.
Wow.
And our school has access to the resources of BCC and BCS. So they have the best of both worlds. They have the college and the high school experience. Our school improvement goals, these are aligned with Bladen County Strategic Plan. They're also pulled from InduStar. We do tailored learning. The students who come to us often have a career goal in mind, whether they're college transfer or they're following a CTE path, and each student will have a different schedule based on their interests and what they would like to do post high school. We meet with each student each semester to plan their schedule and what college classes they will need to graduate with a high school diploma and either an associate in arts, associate in science degree, or a CTE certificate so they can enter the workforce directly from high school. The school, we work with grade level. We do, as of last year, participated in the transition for middle school where they come and visit. We'll do that again this year. Those things working together create an environment where our children can succeed and be successful. You want me to share test data from the file?
Yes.
Okay. I'll share our test data from the file. We are very excited about that. We did very well in the fall. I'll say that. We'll say that. We did very well in the fall. We're looking to replicate that in the spring, and we're very excited about all the wonderful things that we're doing. It's a very unique experience. We are in recruiting now. I will visit each middle school in the county to recruit. We pull a large number of students from the charter schools, so we have a large number of students that we're bringing back into the public school.
Great.
15 of my freshmen are from Emerald, so we've pulled those back into Bladen County schools and pushing that forward.
Awesome. Ms. Cheshire, did they come back because they want to go to early college?
Some of them have career goals, and want to come to the early college for what we can offer them. Some of them like the idea that it is similar to MRO and that it was an application school of choice. So some of them are intrigued to follow that idea. It's a mixture.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
Next, we have Ms. Georgia Spalding in East Bladen High School.
Good evening, how y'all doing? Let's get that knee going. It's doing better, but I have to get it going. My name is Georgia Spalding. I'm the principal at East Bladen High School. This is my first year in Bladen County. It's been great to be in Bladen County. I have with me my two assistant principals, Mr. Brendan McCarthy and Ms. Joy Mathis, Glenda Mathis. So I'm here to talk to you all a little bit about East Bladen, home of the Eagles. Just an overview, we have 3 administrative people on staff. We have 41 full-time certified teachers. 4 of them are beginning teachers, BT teachers. We have 3 of them who are nationally board certified, 2 who have actually just re-upped their certification for national board certification. We have, actually that should be 3 part-time teachers who have retired within the past 10 years. One is part-time in CTE, one is part-time in EC, and one is part-time in our English department. We have 30 classified employees. That's including our office staff, teacher assistants, custodians, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, bus monitors, our permanent substitutes, and any of our long-term substitute teachers. An overview of our students. Right now, currently, we have 525 students. We've did a study this year because we applied for reclassification with athletics. And part of that was the decline. And because I'm new to Bladen County, I can throw out some things that we talked about with why the decline. Part of it is industry, part of it is possibly the early college, since it's open, but the decline has been, in 2020, East Bladen had 652 students enrolled. Right now, we're at 525. Of the 525, 47% are African-American, 34% are white, 11% Hispanic, and 4% are 2 or more races, 2% American Indian, and 4% Asian or other. We have 145 students who are identified in our special populations. Of that 145 students, approximately 50, and that's actually now right about 147, but about 50 of those are identified AIG, academically gifted, and then the other percent are exceptional children classifications. We have 26 students who are identified in our multilingual category, and Ms. Segovia has been testing those students for the past 2 weeks, and we are about to wrap up with testing this coming week. So that's kind of a long process. But 8% of those have made growth with becoming English proficient.
Good.
Some highlights for East Bladen. One, we'll say safety, and with safety, when I came on board as an administrator, it was first of all cleaning up and getting some things clean at East Bladen. But one great thing that came to fruition, I would say, was whenever the active shooter call came in, we had a possible active shooter on campus. It was great to be able to go into lockdown and know that all of our students were contained within one roof. So once we locked down that building, that is a wonderful thing. Having been and worked in schools where I had 5 different buildings. And so I will say that as a board, if you ever look at moving towards building any schools, put them up under one roof, because when you can lock down those doors, that's great. And so that has been a positive for East Bladen. We have an extensive CTE department. We offer firefighting, drone technology, and public safety. Our kids can leave from East Bladen with a drone certification and can walk into a job making $50,000, $60,000 a year. They can leave with firefighting certification. They can leave. We have an agriculture department. We've recently hired an ag teacher back because I was left earlier in the year. But we have a greenhouse and a barn on campus for them to be working through that ag department. We offer business and entrepreneurship classes. Students can leave with food certification, safety classes. They can leave with their CNA certification. I went to our CNA class the other day and was a patient in the nursing home. We have auto mechanics. Right now we're looking for an auto mechanics teacher, but we also offer masonry. We have 3 nationally board certified staff members. But one thing that I want to point out is that we have a very diverse staff. 39% of them are white, 50% are Black or African American, 10% are Hispanic or Native American or biracial, which helps promote a understanding between staff and students, ensuring a more positive environment. It lets our students kind of feel welcome to go to staff members, not only because of, say, the veteran staff that we have, but possibly if they feel more comfortable with a particular race. We met growth in 21-22 with a performance score of 81.8. Our grade was a 64. We were classified as a C school. Our after-school program started in October, and we ran roughly about 4 days a week with someone staying after school tutoring from October until December, and we're hoping to start that up, if not by the end of February, definitely possibly by March. We recently reclassified for the 2023-24 school year from a 2A school to a 1A conference. And I put down there another one that our state president highlights. We have a state president and our senior Beta Club, Jair McLevine. I put that there because that was recently with the Beta Club convention. But we have a lot of students, so roughly about 40% of our students are involved in some type of extracurricular activity, whether it be sports or some type of club. And the more students are involved, the more they want to be involved and be in school. And so that's, but we're hoping to go to Kentucky because Jair wants to run as our national president. So our goals, we want to increase school-wide proficiency scores by 10%. That says by 10%. 100% of our student, that should say mental health issues brought to our attention through Beacon alerts or referrals will be addressed through counseling, MTSS model, or social emotional learning activities. COVID brought about a whole set of mental health issues, but just the daily livings of what our kids are going through. There are a lot of mental health issues in our schools. Just today, we've had to deal with a child who poured gasoline in his boots and around himself to set himself and his house on fire. And that person, well, you know, we followed up with that one. They're in the hospital and, you know, moving to see what kind of help we can provide for that student. But those are just, you know, and I see the alarm here, and that's why, you know, because one, and Teresa took my word from me. We you know, until our students know that we care. And we have to take care of those mental health issues that our children are fighting and are battling. I could go into a whole half an hour spiel for that, but I'm going to keep on moving and say that we also have worked on increasing our stakeholder involvement by 10%. I have an open door policy. Unless you walk in and I'm on my way out to go drive a bus, you can talk to me, or you might have to wait a few minutes. I try, you know, if a parent comes in and needs to talk to a teacher, my policy is that we accommodate the parents. So we have to provide our time for the parents. And I send out a call every Sunday. The parents have talked to me, you know, with activities and the list of things to come. Emails, just trying to reach out and let our parents know that we're there for them. So that's it. Any questions?
Yeah, I have one or two. I'm the one that came by when Miss Paula was going to drive the bus. I think I'm the one. Yeah,
I think that was 2 times.
But
I drove
anyway.
the bus to the bed club convention because I didn't have driver. But
Yeah.
it's okay.
But Miss Paula, when I come by to see you, just know that I'm not the supervisor, Jason is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just, you know, like to be on top of things. I'm not being really on top of things, just see how you're doing. And, you know, if you want to tell me something, you can, you know. But the question I want to ask is, Miss Hester and Gabe Davis, they have a PGC program at the school.
We have one.
Do you have one?
Yes, sir.
But I haven't heard about it, but
I'm sorry.
that's, you know, thanks. That's all I want.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. We appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you.
Next, for our last school, we have West Bladen with Dr. Hester.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Peggy Hester. I'm the principal at West Bladen High School. I have with me tonight my assistant principal, Miss Pamela Bryant, and we are currently looking for a second assistant principal. It's a great day to be tonight. And we'll just get started with telling you a few things about our school. We hover around 700. We had 9 early graduates this year, and so our number is about 687 currently. We're very transient with kids going to Cumberland County or St. Paul's or even back over to Columbus County. So we stay around that number. You'll see we're about even with males and females this year. Our largest population in terms of ethnic groups is white with 316. We're at 155 Black or African American, 161 Hispanic, 16 Indian, and 19 that are other 2 or more. We currently have 44 certified teachers. We have hired 2 part-time subs through ESSER to help with that. One of those is in foods, and that's out of ESSER money. And then we do have a long-term sub with 1 vacancy in logistics. That teacher left in January and has already called and asked to come back. We have 2 part-time teachers this year for the occupational school. We have 6 teacher assistants. All of those are related to EC services. We have 2 counselors, a part-time nurse, and a part-time social worker. Our college advisor is vacant. That is funded through NC State. And we are currently looking for an advisor for the upcoming school year. The time has passed for this year and they're not going to replace that at this time. 3 office staff and 3.5 custodians, 3 that are full-time. And we use ESSER money to fund a half-time position as well. Some of the things we're really proud of when thinking about what West Bladen is really all about. We get to know our students very well and try to take care of them and know them individually. So we're very proud of the peer group connections that Mr. Rhoda asked about. We've had that for several years. That is a program led by juniors and seniors. They teach the classes on Friday during our homeroom time. We have homeroom for everybody in the school. They specifically teach freshmen to help them with study skills, with, you know, being more vocal in their communications, being able to relate to one another, similar to what you all would see as a freshman seminar. But it's really good to help kids adjust to high school life. The other thing we're very proud of is achievement mentoring. We had this several years ago where we mentor students through a specific curriculum. And during COVID, we got away from it. This year we had the opportunity to go back through a pilot. And so again, we did a curriculum for 20 pre-selected students that were selected by the program, and then 20 that we mentor in the way that we would normally mentor anybody. And they compare the growth of those two different groups of students. So we're really excited about that. That is specifically for 10th grade students. We're also offering team mental health first aid with Ms. Talisha Pridgeon to our 10th grade students. I didn't put that up there, but we're proud of that. Again, just getting to know our students. And as Ms. Spalding mentioned, really getting to know the social and emotional needs of our kids and meeting those needs. One of the things I would say that is definitely definitive about us, or that is definitive about us, is a commitment to excellence that goes from the top down. We exceeded growth expectations for the 21-22 school year. We're excited about that. We really have seen a positive trend the entire time that I've been at West Bladen, so I'm very proud of that. We're proud of our stakeholder involvement in decision-making. We let our students be a part of that with our student advisory council. Our parents are a part of that, and our staff is a part of that. We really try to focus on the whole child. Again, there aren't many children that I don't know at my school. With 700 of them there, I'm pretty good about knowing their names. Every now and then one comes through bag check and I say, have you seen that kid before? You know, who is that? Some of that is new enrollments, but some is just, you know, you don't know everybody unless they end up getting in trouble sometimes. But we really do try to know all of our students and know their needs. We're proud of the variety of academic offerings that we have. We collaborate with BCC and offer students courses through the Career and College Promise. But we offer a variety of courses through NCVPS and School of Science and Math. And we're very proud of the number of AP courses that we offer at West Bladen. We try to implement new initiatives through a Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle. We try to take an idea that someone has, we research that and try and implement it. If it doesn't work, we'll go back to the drawing board and work again. So we really do take a team approach to our success. And so you know, everything that we do well, things we don't do well, we're working on it together. And so I have an excellent team that buys into the initiatives that we have. Some areas of growth and improvement for us, we're always working on the cohort graduation rate. We tend to hover around 90% every single year. During COVID, we saw that drop just slightly. So we were down to 88.1 last year. So we've set a 5% increase to 93.1 for this year. We are on track for that right this minute, still working on that cohort graduation list, but working very hard to get every kid through West Bladen High School in their 4 years. We will achieve growth with some subgroups specifically. Again, each of our subgroups met growth last year, so we're proud of that, but we know there are some achievement gaps. So we set some specific goals for African-American students and our economically disadvantaged students so that we can, again, have equitable access to the opportunities we have and ensure that all students achieve while they're at West Bladen High School. We also set a goal of 100% of our juniors and CTE senior completers being trained for the ACT and the work keys. Very proud of that, and use some ESSER money to take care of that to increase their overall proficiency by 10% with ACT and work keys combination. And then our last goal that we set was to train all of our staff on recognize the signs and symptoms of a mental health crisis. And again, we've touched on that some, but since COVID, we have had a larger number of incidents with mental health issues than we have ever had before. And so we want our staff to be able to recognize that. We want students to be able to just tell the signs and get to an adult to help with that. So those are our goals that we've set for this year. Thank you all. Any questions for us?
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Chairman Benton, that actually concludes the school presentations. And then we'll have our district presentation as well. And if the board doesn't mind, if we could dismiss principals, that would be okay with you all. Any questions? Question?
Let me apologize for being late. We have one vehicle in the shop where for some mysterious reason, they cannot find the problem. So my wife and I are sharing a vehicle and I missed. I meant to ask a question of Mark Edge of Dublin Primary. Mr. Edge? Yes. Hi. I see where there was a mention of PBIS, the positive behavior intervention and support. And just let me ask everybody, by a show of hands, how many schools here are using the PBIS?
Oh, wow.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. I've been doing some homework on that, and I've got more questions about that than we can go ahead and handle right now, but I just want to go ahead and find that out. So, thank you.
Thank you all.
Anybody else got any questions?
Statement. I'd just like to thank the principals for your commitment and passion and what you guys are doing out there. Our students should be proud of you guys and what you do every day, because it takes a special person to do what you guys do and the drive that you have to take us to the next level. We appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Keep up the good work.
District. And district office team, if you all move up to, please.
No. John, hang in there. I'm sorry, I forgot. Mr. Wyman, come and see. Come and see. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Keep doing what you do. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's got to happen. Somebody have to go stick them over there. I don't know what they're doing. First of all, they're not certified. If they do anything in the school can be sued. You don't even know that. All right. No, that's okay. Oh, gotcha. The coaches that have these coaches. Not about what you know and how deep you know about it. Mr. Bennett, how you doing? How you doing? Trying to make it. Amen.
I saw what this is. I don't know. Maybe it's still behind.
Don't bother me to sit here. Tell we gotta do it. Hey, what do we do with the people's food who didn't make it?
Where they? I got some in there.
So everything's big.
Mike saying that too. They can't see me, they're just batty.
For a little moment.
So we're good to go?
The cattle in the corral, so to speak.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chairman Benton and board members. Our second information item is district office presentations. Our first one is Miss Susan Harrison. She is actually joining us virtually. They have the North Carolina Association of School Business Officials Conference going on, so she is there. Ms. Harrison, can you hear me?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
We're gonna try to turn it up a little bit louder. All right, yes, ma'am, we're ready for you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Susan Harrison. I am the Chief Officer of Finance and Business Services. I also have Miss Marietta Bethay in my department. She is the Assistant Finance Officer and also a Payroll Specialist. I have Miss Robin Wilson, who is the Accounts Payable Specialist. Stephanie Smith, who is also an Accounts Payable Specialist. Tracy Strauss, who is Payroll Specialist. And also have Ms. Joy Rouse, who is an administrative assistant to the Finance and Business Services Department. She works with finance and with HR. Some programs and services that we provide, our department or the finance officer and my staff, we develop the superintendent and the board short and long-term budgets and amendments with concise explanations of needs and reasons for any changes. This comes with budget adjustments each time we get any type of increase or decrease from state, federal, or local budgets. We also establish and maintain an accounting system to detail assets, liabilities, equities, obligations, expenditures, and current projected revenues. We certify the requisitions of operational funds. We receipt and oversee the deposit of all money accruing to the school system. We allocate funds to programs and schools with conditions that are governed, that are governing their use by the state or federal government. We conduct pre-audits of all obligations to ensure budgeted appropriations and unencumbered balances. We approve or disapprove necessary disbursements for physical claims against the school system. We audit accounts of employees collecting or receiving taxes or any other monies. We ensure the timely and accurate preparation of required and requested reports. We assign work and evaluate performances of subordinates. We recommend to the superintendent the selection and discipline of employees. We maintain liaisons with other departments to serve as the financial advisor for those departments. Some focus areas for the finance office. The finance office will ensure that all resources of Bladen County Schools are managed and accounted for in an effective and efficient manner. All financial records are presented in a timely manner, and the finance staff members work toward continuous improvement and professional services.
Ms. Harris, any questions for her? Thank you, Ms. Harrison.
Thank you very much.
All right, next we would have had Ms. Deborah Guyton. She actually had a death in her family today. So we do want to have our prayers and thoughts with her family. She's not been able to be with us this evening. So we will move forward into curriculum and instruction with Ms. Cheryl White Smith.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Cheryl White Smith, Chief Officer of Academics and Student Services, and our administrative assistant is Karen Larner. Under the academic division, we have the exceptional children's director, Mr. Rodney Smith. the Accountability and NC Pre-K Director, Dr. Anthony Henson. We have the Migrant Multilingual McKinney-Vento Director, Dr. Dia Thomas, the Career and Technical Education Director, Dana Mills, our Student Services and Multi-Tiered System of Supports, which is your MTSS Director, is Ms. Kimberly Esters. We have 4 curriculum specialists. We have Carla Bethay, who does K-4 Math and Science, LaShanta Junius, who does K-4 Literacy and Social Studies, Meredith Cobble, who does 6-12 English Language Arts and Social Studies, and Stephanie Thurman, and that's supposed to be 5-12 Math and Science, and 5-12 for Miss Meredith Cobble. Sorry about that. We have our academically gifted teachers, Demetrius Jacobs and Patsy Moffett. They are our lead teachers for the county. Areas and responsibilities that we are responsible for are curriculum instruction, all of our academic programs, professional development for our teachers, our college and career program, which is our CCP program, credit by demonstrated progress program. That's for students who need to demonstrate credit and say failed a class. Accreditation for our high schools, curriculum over the curriculum specialists, our Read to Achieve legislations for our 3rd graders and 4th graders who have a retained in reading, our school improvement plans in the low performing school, Rethink Education cohort, our Letters cohort 1, which is a literacy program for our literacy training program for our K-5 teachers and our pre-K teachers. I'm over the NC Educator tutors, trying to get tutors in all of our elementary schools. iReady benchmarks, DIBELS and in-class assessment, and the liaison for addressing concerns regarding academics and students. Work with Dr. Kennedy on the high probability instructional strategies, do a textbook adoptions, our standards alignment and pacing guides for the county. Work with the HRSA grant, which is our opioid money on the life skills curriculum, which we're now implementing in our 6th grade. Advanced placement courses, which are AP classes, the high school handbook, the Senate Bill 387, which is dealing with individual reading plans and literacy intervention plan for our K-12 that we had to write. Our Student Advisory Council, we use data to plan, organize, and set goals, and we use a variety of assessment data through the year to evaluate progress.
Wow, that's a lot.
It takes a team. It's a team. Our focus areas. This is what we have been focused on this year. Blending curriculum and instructional supports for teachers to increase student achievement, adopting a high-quality curriculum that is aligned with rigorous state standards, and to plan collaborative professional learning to support the curriculum, and to support the multiple legislature and grant-related programs, initiatives, and reporting requirements, which is a lot of that in our jobs up here. Are there any questions?
I got any questions? I got a couple.
Okay.
I gotta get your questions. It may end up being a statement, might be a question. There's been a lot of concern, or some concern, in the community about sex and violence in the new curriculum that is not age appropriate. Do we have that? And I know people they watch TV and they look at Facebook and they take everything at face value. That's all the truth. And some of us know better. But is that indeed an issue with our new curriculum? If it is, what is our plan to deal with it? And if those things are there and they're pulled out, do we have enough, anything to replace it with? And will we have, I know I'm throwing a lot of questions at you, forget them, we'll repeat them, enough professional development for the teachers so they can kind of fill in those
Okay,
spaces?
we have the teacher standard course of study that's developed by North Carolina. So if the standard, there is an awareness standard in there to teach our children about sexual awareness and violence toward that, especially human trafficking, which is a big initiative right now, which all staff are trained on that for human trafficking. We have a policy in place, and I don't know the number, I can't recall the number. We have a policy that allows parents and anybody to go and view any of our health curriculum in it explicitly states in the media center, and we have all the media centers in there with the curriculum that we are teaching in the 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. If you're, and the high schools too.
So is it there, is it not?
About sexual violence, I don't know anything that says explicit about sexual violence. I know that we have
That is not
an,
age appropriate.
that is not age appropriate. I don't know what age we're talking about.
No, that's just my cord over there on you. Yeah.
I mean, I have to look into that, you know, if you,
I'm sure K3,
K3,
K6.
no, sixth grade, the program, the life skills curriculum that we're teaching is more about making smart choices. Again, so it does talk about marijuana, it does talk about smoking, does talk about vaping, talks about mental health issues. I'm going off the memory on that.
So what you're telling me is our parents don't have to worry about that.
Not that I know of, but if you know a specific curriculum that I need to look at, I will, look at, but our teachers are given.
Well, you're our first line of defense.
That's
against
right,
things
and I'll look into it.
That we don't need, or our students don't need.
I will look
So
into
we're
that.
depending on you to do that for us. I mean, we can sit around this table and we can want what's right for our children. But you're in a position to know a whole lot more than we are. And we're depending on you to take care of those issues for us, because we are, as a board, allowed to pull some things out that we think are inappropriate, I think.
Right.
I understand you have standards and those kind of things.
Mhm.
But we also have the authority to pull out some things that we feel as a board that are inappropriate.
There's a former teacher who made mention to me in November that there was an age-inappropriate book in one of the libraries, and I wish I could remember which school she said it was in the title of the book. So there's at least one in the mix somewhere. And I'll try to find out more about that for you.
Okay,
But that's all right.
and we'll look into
Take
it.
care of it.
I will.
Thank you, Ms. Cheryl.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Dr. Henson.
Good evening. So in my departments, I work with accountability, federal programs, Power School, and NC Pre-K. A lot of pieces that are moving together, but I have a team that works with me. Ms. Felicia Wright is the NC Pre-K coordinator, Ms. Allison Kirby with the Power School support specialist, and then Ms. Kimberly Harris is the administrative assistant for the team. So what do we do? First of all, we implement the North Carolina testing program for grades 3 through 12 in Bladen County. That's making sure the data are reliable and also valid for use in comparison with other school districts in the state. If you're going to measure someone against another person, you got to measure them with the same yardstick. It's got to be 3 feet across the board. And that's the purpose of standardized testing, is to make it reliable and also valid and can be used in comparison to other school districts following the same guidelines. I'm responsible for all the summative assessments. Those are what we do at the end of the year, basically, the end of grade test, the end of course test, the ACT, the work keys, all those. But what I'm more passionate about is the formative assessments that we do in the district. The formative assessments is what we can give to the teachers to really find out what the child knows, what they do not know, and give the teacher information on how to turn on a dime and pivot. And we teach that skill if the child is missing that particular concept. The thing that I don't like about the summative data is that by the time you get the results, the year's over and there's nothing you can do about it. So if we could get teachers to buy into the formative assessment model, you can really diagnose, assess, fix, correct, adjust, and move forward from that point on. If we can do that. But that's not part of the state testing program. So I'm responsible for the ACT, for college readiness, the work keys assessment for CTE completers. Those are the kids that maybe are not going to college, but they are going into the technical industry. The access test, that's for those children that are struggling with English proficiency. Then we have the pre-ACT for college and career readiness, and the Read to Achieve for third grade students. Another big part of my responsibility is securing federal funding for the district and provides programmatic oversight of compliance, fiscal spending, and federal audits. So I'm not only responsible for securing the money from the federal government, but I also got to make sure the district uses it in a fiscally responsible and programmatically correct way as well. The old saying, money has strings attached to it. Federal money has cables attached to it. So you have to really be on your P's and Q's to know programmatically what you can spend that federal money on and what you cannot. Provide technical support and assistance to other program areas that receive state and federal funding through the federal programs grant approval shell. So my colleagues, if they need help with grant applications or securing funding for their program areas, they come to me and I support them as best I can to make sure they can fund their program areas and then make sure that they are programmatically doing things correctly with that money as well. Provide oversight of the North Carolina NC Pre-K program in Bladen County. That's new this year. I'm really enjoying it actually. Where we actually work with those children, those 4-year-olds that are not really in the K-12 system, but yet we can partner with the private sector to serve those children, to mentor those children, and to bring those children where they need to be so that they can enter into kindergarten, not behind the ball, but as much as we can in front of the ball to really give the child that best foot forward. But sometimes that we're not able to allow everyone to go into pre-K because we're locked into a certain number of slots. So we have 165 slots that we can give, and then we partner with 2 other private sites, giving them sites as well. So we have a total of 190 children that we can serve every year, and then we have about 400 kindergarten children that come to the district every year. So basically, we're able to reach half. And then the other half may or may not have a quality NC Pre-K experience. So that's my goal, to secure that funding, to make sure that program is upheld, to give every child the best foot forward before they enter into K-12 education. Also, I'm responsible for federal and state reporting for funding purposes. How we get our money is not based on the number of teachers we employ. It's based on the number of students that we have in our membership. And we do all of that through the Power School instance. And I'm responsible for that as well. All student accounting, the PMR, which is the Principal Monthly Report, and the SAR, the Student Activity Report, showing that Bladen County serves X number of students for X number of minutes per day, and that equates to X number of dollars. That's how we generate our ADM funding. I also provide technical support to schools regarding program evaluation, data analysis, interpretation, next steps, school improvement, and answer the questions regarding accountability and how to improve. And I also serve as the district EVOS coordinator as well. And that measures teacher performance, accountability, school growth, etc. My focus areas, my number 1 priority is to secure federal and state funding to support and enhance the educational experience of low-income and underachieving populations and students in grades pre-K through 12, while meeting or exceeding the fiscal programmatic guidelines of the federal government. So I'm proud to report that we had our first federal audit when I took over in 2020, and we cleared that. We had an audit this fall in 2022. We cleared that. We had an audit of ESSER money in 2021, and we have a pre-K audit coming up. So, so far, 100%.
Auditors love Bladen County.
Yeah, that's right.
With federal funds, every 4 years, but they decided to redo the assignment, so they got us again in 2 more years. But we're in compliance, so that's good news.
The next thing, we ensure the North Carolina testing program is implemented in Bladen County for all students, and the data, like I said before, is valid and reliable. You can compare us against Robeson County because we use the same measuring stick to determine that our students took the same test under the same conditions, and the data are valid and reliable. And finally, one of my main goals, support the schools with resources and timely data that can be easily accessed. I don't want people to have to look for stuff. I want it to be at their fingertips as much as I can. I try to do this digitally so they can focus their impact, if you will, on student teaching, student learning and teaching where it should be. It's a lot. Any questions?
Do you happen to know off the top of your head how much on average is spent per student?
State, federal, luckily.
If it's broken down, then all three.
Yeah, I mean, federally, about $7,000 per student. That's gone up though since ESSER, when the federal government created all the new money. They had to use it, so they earmarked a lot of it towards education. So that's gone up substantially since then. State, 6,000 roughly. Give or take, if the child gets EC services, they would get more money for them. But the typical student, if you will, local, that depends on the county commissioners, what they fund per student. I don't have that number.
No. Very good. Thank you, sir.
We can get that for you all though on the local side and give us Harrison different.
So you're basically saying that if a child comes to school and doesn't spend an X number of hours in school a day, it hurts our money.
Yes, yes. Every child has to have a full schedule, especially during those critical 10 days when you're taking attendance at the beginning of the school year. So let's say, for example, a parent wants to go to Emerald, right during the first 20 days of school.
They all that money.
That child is that money attached to that child is going to Emerald. The child chooses to come back to Bladen County in November. Well, Emerald still has the money.
That's right.
So the dollars do not follow the children after the first 20 days.
Do you have to keep giving it to MRO after they leave and come back here?
No, not really, because after they have to run monthly reports and they have to show who was there.
And that's just on the local side. Now, state, they get a direct allocation.
Yeah.
So when they get their first 20 days, they get an ADM set. So the state will not change their money. They'll keep getting funded as if that child was there. But as far as local, we're billed monthly. So if they go down to, they lose 3 kids at the charter school back to us, then that next month's invoice will show 3 less. So locally, there is a difference, but the state money stays the same.
But there's a whole lot more state money.
Right.
Yeah, there's a whole lot more state money tied than local money.
So the state money stays at the.
Once their ADM is set, it does not change into the next year. The state does it. The best out of the first 2 school months is what they base the ADM on. So once they get that number, even if half the school leaves and goes, they still get funded that same amount till the next year. Right. It's just the local money.
Money comes.
Right. Each time they bill us monthly. So, month A, they have, say, 500 students, and then month B, they lost 25. So we'd see a difference in that billing on the local side, but they get direct allocations for federal as well. And those, they don't get any reductions in their federal money, whatever they get. So those students may come back to us, federal and state money attached to them, we don't see. We have to continue with the same budget we have, even though we've had a growth in students.
How does that work both ways? If a child starts out in public school and decides to transfer over?
Right, it stay with us too.
Okay.
So they start, our charter school here starts earlier, so their 20 days happens before we even, in most cases, before we start school or shortly after we start school. So if a child moves, they've already been locked into the ADM.
So they've already secured the funding before we're even back in school.
Sure, quite intentional.
So is there a certain number of hours?
Well, every child has to be in school, a full day. And that's why we struggle to make sure that every child, that's that SAR report, student activity report. Every child has to have a complete schedule where they have seat time all day long. And if there is a discrepancy in the amount of seat time, then that could impact funding. Because if the child's only in the building or only enrolled 25% of the day, then you shouldn't get the same amount of funding for a child that's there all day.
That's right.
That's why even when we partner with other agencies like BCC, et cetera, we still have those classes scheduled so that we can account for the full school day and get the funding for all of those.
So it doesn't hurt our money. So it doesn't hurt our money.
As long as we make sure that everyone, and that's one of the things I keep my eyes on all the time.
Good job.
Anybody else got anything?
You was gonna say something?
Yeah, just to clarify, the principals were giving you some words and some jargon, and I just wanted to clarify that getting credit. You remember when that was being said? So let me back up a little bit. So with the current model, with the 80-20 model, proficiency counts for 80% of the school performance grade, if you will. So the 80% is the percent of students that made a level 3, 4, or 5. The 20% is the growth factor. If a retired teacher is teaching a group of students, then if that retired teacher helps those students earn a 3, 4, or 5, you'll get credit, quote unquote, if you will, for that. You just will not get growth for teacher data from a retired teacher. So the benefit is to use that retired teacher if you don't have an available candidate to teach, because if that retired teacher with that good pedagogy skill set can get you a 3, 4, or 5, you will get credit, if you will. I hate to use that term, but proficiency will count 80% for the retired teachers. It can be said that the proficient score doesn't count at all. I didn't get any credit, whatever that means, for a school. If you get a 3, 4, or 5, that child is in your proficiency numbers, even if they're taught by sub.
Yeah, I'm doing some research on that right now. So,
Now, is the model fair? That's up to interpretation. I wish that growth would count more than what it does. But a lot of school districts are kind of sabotaged, if you will, right now, because it's hard to find certified teachers that are not retired to fill these positions. And when that does happen, you do miss out on that 20% that the growth.
It's kind of like a bad juggling act, because I mean, they come here and then they go to Robinson, then they go to Cumberland, and they, by the time it's time to get your numbers in, you don't have the people where they need to be to get the scores that you need.
But the good news is, during the COVID year, we were at 27%, and now we're at 35.2. So we're moving up. A positive trajectory. So I'm happy about that.
Well, thank you for everything. Sure. Doing a great job.
I got one thing. Yes, sir. If a teacher tells me that students are being tested to death, what do they mean?
That they're being taught the curriculum and that they are doing what every child in North Carolina is supposed to be doing. Because if they are testing the children, then that means they are being taught the curriculum the state of North Carolina says they should be taught. But if they're not being tested correctly, then everyone could be hobby teaching.
But how much? That tells me that they're being tested quite a bit. How many tests are teachers having to administer to students?
From the state or from
the state and from the county and all of them put together? I mean, they have to give all of them that, whoever requires them, they have to do it. If you just give me the state, don't give me the county, then we're not getting a true picture.
Well, you kind of are, because the state, again, is the summative assessment.
Not if they have to give a test, and you tell me the state requires 3 tests, and the state requires 3, and the county requires 3 additional, then that's 6 times, and you're telling me 3 times. I know you didn't tell me that.
No, I didn't tell you that. See, you got to understand.
I'm wanting you to make us understand, because we hear testing all the time from teachers and people, and I don't know what they mean.
Yeah.
I want you to help me to understand
That's
what they mean and how much, so I can realize how much and how many times these students are being tested.
Sure. So,
And which ones are necessary and which ones are not? Which ones can we do away with? Which ones do we have to keep?
ready?
I know that. I don't know if I am or not.
Okay, so with the state summative assessments, all a child has to take is the end of grade test or the end of course test, if they're in grades 4 through 8. Right, so those are the end of grade tests. In 5th grade, you have to take a science test in addition to the reading and math test. In 8th grade, you also have to take a science test. So those 2 grade levels, 5th grade and 8th grade, take 3 EOGs. High school, you got to take math 1 by the time you're in 10th grade, math 3 by the time you're in 11th grade, English 2 by the time you're in 10th grade. The ACT, that's a college entrance exam required by the state, that's in the 11th grade. And the ACT work keys if you are a CTE completer. Now, that's all you have to take as far as the states. And the majority of those, well, the only exception would be our EL students, those kids that are limited English proficient. So they would have to take that one test that's going on now in February called the access test, just to measure, are we making progress? Are we helping these kids to master the English language? We receive a lot of money for that. And of course, we have to be accountable for that with the funds that we receive. Now, on the flip side of that, every local education agency is able to purchase curricular materials. And just like the curricular materials we have now already requires a lot of assessments. Now, you know, the easy fix to that.
Say that again. I'm sorry, say that again.
Already.
Okay, when you say it requires a lot of assessments, what does that mean in layman's terms?
Okay,
So I can understand.
So the children that are participating in the iReady curriculum, they have to test a beginning of the year assessment. And they have to be tested again at the middle of the year. And they have to do it at the end of the year. So you got those 3 assessment windows.
What grades? I'm sorry, what grades are these for?
iReady would be kindergarten through 8th grade.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm confused because initially you said grades 4 to 8 only get 1 test and that's the
No,
EOG.
that was the EOG, but what I'm talking about now are the formative assessments, the curricular assessments that the district has chosen to give to the.
These are district assessments.
Yeah, district has formative assessments. The state only requires summative assessments, the end of grade and the end of course, the ACT, and the access test and the read to achieve.
Right, yeah, so it's like in class.
But
Are there any tests in between this beginning, mid-year, and end of year already testing?
if a child is a red student, according to iReady or in class, then they would have to be progress monitored, and that could require additional assessments. But again, that's not state mandated. That's what the district chose to purchase and do and follow.
Are there anything besides iReady that our students are being tested on?
We have the NC check-ins that are formative assessments that the district, that I strongly support, that targets every one of our tested grade levels and gives that teacher that timely data where they can find out what the child knows, what they don't know, they can correct, and then they can reteach if needed. Yeah.
Good. How much they've actually retained of what you've given them, what you need to retest them.
And you can change it before the end of grade test or the end of course test. That's the power.
Before they get the big bang.
And it's aligned to the state content standards.
So it sounds like a lot of it's coming from the district level,
Is there any of this at the district level that we can cut out and give our students and teachers?
My pay grade, Mr. Benton.
Somebody's got to be recommending it or we wouldn't be doing it. So
That's
where is it coming from? I mean, is the state sending it and we just do it because the state sends it? Is
Well,
this, you saying this is us?
Can I interject?
Can I, yes, please do. Like I say, I'm trying to understand.
Okay, we also require K3 to do M-Class. M-Class is a reading assessment the state requires us to do. We do a beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year. That's where you get your children that are yellow and red and tie into that individual reading plan that I just mentioned that goes along with Senate Bill 387. During the time, there was an alternate reading assessment for grade 3 to have if they did not meet M-Class. We used, as a district, we used iReady. The State Department came up in August and said that they were not doing an alternate reading assessment this year, or they had not approved an alternate reading assessment. And that would come out like August, I don't know, it was like September 1st or September board meeting for the State Board of Education. We kept iReady just in case that was one of our alternate reading assessment or alternative, so that we would be able to use that to get children to be proficient in reading. Well, they have not accepted an alternate reading assessment. We use it for iReady for the K-8 for math, the iReady assessments are diagnostic. They tell you where the child is, it's like a prescriptive for that child to tell you where the child is, what does the child need, and and gives you lesson plans for a teacher to teach that child in small group settings to make those child fill those gaps. So that's the way the iReady came about, and it is a district decision. We do reading for 4 through 8. We do math for K through 8. And the K2 in the state of North Carolina, you have to have a math assessment, beginning of the year and end of the year. We use iReady instead of the teachers having to do those individual assessments for those kids. We use the iReady diagnostic test for those students. So we have an idea on math. So it sort of takes the place of assessment that the state is telling us to do for the iReady that we've been using. Now, do we have to continue it? No, but that's why we've used iReady in the past. Just to give us some clarification on that.
Can I speak on behalf of a parent with iReady?
Yes, ma'am.
My child is below grade level in first grade. I've researched iReady for years because I'm in instructional technology. It is a prescriptive program. So the reason for the assessments is to see where the child is. And then it takes and puts them on a track where the teacher cannot. I was also a former teacher. The teacher cannot sit and give each child their individual need, but this program, through the tools that it has, if you've ever watched the student do or the child, it takes and grows them in their area. So if they're weak in this standard, then it helps it'll go back down and try to teach them to move forward like stair steps. So if I'm weak up here, it drops me down. And that's the reasoning for each of those assessments throughout the year, because it's trying to see the baseline. And it also stops the student if they're answering questions that are wrong incorrectly too many times, so that they don't get used to just answering those questions. Puts a stop on their test or their program and lets the teacher know, okay, you need to work with your child on math for a repeated addition, for example. My child went from below grade level to 5th grade informational text and reading and iReady. And in math, he also grew, and he's made 2 5s last year on his EOGs in 3rd grade. And the one thing we did differently while we were out on the pandemic, he did not attend school the year we were out when we had the option. As mom, knowing the program, he did his 15 minutes a day in each of those tools, and it grew him tremendously. This year, he is where the teacher can't grow him in his math necessarily in the classroom, because he can move forward. It moves him forward rather than holding him on a baseline where the teacher's teaching to the 3rd grade, 4th grade curriculum this year.
So he's already above that.
He's above that, and it's moving him forward, and he loves it. Even though it is harder work for him. He called me tonight on my way back here, and he said, I'm working on this math problem. He read it to me, and then he's like, oh, I didn't work on the math. So it makes them think, and then it also rewards them. So if they get to this certain part, it gives them a brain break of a reward, which might be a math game, or whether they're on ELA or math, it gives them a game break in this computer-based program that iReady comes on.
So all of this is really good, but the key thing you got to remember is on the state assessments, and when you gauge our district with other districts, we're at 35.2%. Other districts are not. So you have to make a decision. Is this working? Is it working for 10% of the population? Is it working for 80% of the population? And those are the decisions that you have to make.
Big number than that.
Now, when you said you're at 35% and the other ones are not, that doesn't tell us if the other ones are above or below that.
The other school districts, when you look at their summative assessments, that's why I said earlier, we have to make sure the data is valid and reliable so it can be compared against other school districts. And
Yeah, they're teaching the same thing.
they're teaching the standard course of study.
You basically following our same model.
So you're at 35% and the other ones are not. Are they lower? Are they higher?
Some districts are much higher.
Some of
So
those.
what does that tell us? Does that tell us it's not working very well here?
Well, see, that's the trouble. You can't be anecdotal about a lot of things. It's not what I think or what I see. I like to look at numbers.
Well, I mean, you just gave us numbers, you said
Yeah.
35 and
35.2 is not.
are most higher or most lower?
The majority are higher.
So what are we doing wrong? What's the difference with the ones doing higher than what we're doing?
Maybe they have more resources locally.
The county
That pays more to the school system. Maybe they have a larger supplement that attracts teachers.
They don't have the resources that a lot of the other LEAs.
So you don't think, I mean, you're the professional at this, not me. You don't think our students are over tested?
My opinions are relevant.
I know, but you're the expert and I'm not. So I just wondering.
If you take a school,
Mine's already
if you take a school,
Understand.
if you take a school that is basically in the same arena that we are, same resources, same everything, are we where we need to be based on our testing? I mean, are we below or where we need to be based on the number that you just gave us?
The pandemic threw.
I guess what I'm asking is not cut you off, but I guess what I'm asking is that number a good number?
No, I won't be satisfied until we're at 80%.
So where should we be?
After we get past this learning gap and and this is not going to be a silver bullet where we can fix it overnight. And if we look for a program to fix it, you won't find it. It's going to be a grind and a grudge to move these
But
schools.
based on what we do have that we can use, where do we need to be?
We need to be at 80% or higher proficiency. 80% or higher, yes, sir. Because if not, we're leaving well over half of our kids behind that are not college and career ready. Our ACT scores are 25%. That means 25% of our kids are proficient and ready to go to college based on a national assessment. With the work keys and the ACT assessment combined together, you're at 41%. 41% of our kids are ready for either college or a career when they leave our high schools. That means 60% of our kids are not where they need to be.
Even with all
What
the testing.
percentage of our kids are low income people, below the poverty level?
That
has a lot to do with it. 70%.
That's the problem.
Now, my question, Mr. Henson, is if we have, we don't test kids from K through 2.
Right.
So those assessments are done for those kids basically, right?
Right.
So
when you say
so we know where they are.
But the state mandates that we cannot give them a standardized assessment, so they cannot bubble in a answer sheet or what have you. But there is now, because of the Read to Achieve legislation, we do have to have in-class DIBELS. So that is a state requirement for K2.
That's why we doing this, right? Okay.
For the in-class, yes.
When you look across the state, you'll see that the rural districts suffer significantly based off of economic status, location.
Yes.
And when you look at our region, you've got Cumberland and Moore County that are already in there. They're going to have by default higher. You've got those. You got Cumberland that's popping quite a bit of money and they're able to do more things. When it gets even worse when you go, but even the Sand Hills region across, historically we have most of our districts are rural, low-income districts. But that's what causes such a tremendous gap across the state when you look at all 115 LEAs. Our percentage doesn't look the same as a percentage we look in Charlotte or a percentage we like in Raleigh. Now, and we made an 80% growth from the pandemic, so that's a good thing. So we're moving in the right direction. It's just not where we want to be. In the perfect world, that 80% is that core. That's where everybody should be. And that would be, and that's taking away every single barrier. Now, that's why Leandro's being fought out for all these years, because the premise of that case is that lower income schools do not have equitable resources when compared to their urban schools. And, that's where we have so many funding gaps, even with the state. You're putting a cookie cutter formula on all 100 counties. It's not going to look the same. The needs in Bladen are going to look different than the needs in Mecklenburg are going to. And that's what that whole premise is. And you're never going to catch up or be able to provide those same things if we don't look at some kind of funding difference there.
And the parents at home has got to do a little more than they do on it. And then in the rural sector, you don't have.
Right.
As involved.
We have a lot of challenges that are unique to rural districts versus others. And
we have a lot of problems.
And then you got, from a financial perspective, you got the state sitting on some reserves. There's also some fines and forfeitures monies that have not made it to school districts that belong to school districts. So, I mean, there's
county money that ain't made it to the school district.
In a perfect world, when you break down the kitchen table economics, if I'm a classroom teacher making, $40,000 a year, if I could go a county over and increase my pay $17,000, I want to do it, because I've got to provide for my family. We in Bladen unfortunately can't match that. In a perfect world, like Dr. Atkinson said, we would be able to, and we could attract and retain those best of the best.
I've talked to several that have left Bladen County to make simple money. I mean, like $3,000.
Yeah,
that's really no money, but
to answer your questions,
I don't know. Still, what I want to know, are we assessing the students enough? Are we assessing them too much? Or would they do better if it was less? I mean, obviously, the amount that we're doing, I don't doubt anything y'all said. I believe all of it. But would, I say, that's my question, and that's the answer I want. I don't know if y'all have it or if you can find it, but that's what I'd love to know. If we've been testing a certain amount, to test more, assess some more, is that gonna help? If we assess some less, is that gonna help? But from like I say, what I hear is we're testing them to death already. So
there's a point of saturation with everything, and
are we there?
We're reaching that point.
We're reaching that point.
Okay, so you think we're pretty close if we're not there? That kind of answers my question. I'll shut up. We'll move on.
And there'll be some work for us to do as a team to some recommendations going into the new year. As programs come up. So that's definitely something we can look at about what can change or do better or modify in the 23-24 school year. And I think our end of year data will give us a good picture of that too.
Please don't do anything that doesn't prepare them. Please don't do that. They got enough out there to stop them from making it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Henry, appreciate it. Next, we have Ms. Mills with CTE.
Oh boy, that was close.
We need our roof ceiling to be a little bit higher. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. My name is Dana Mills. I'm the Career and Technical Education Director for Bladen County Schools. Now, you've noticed already, there are a lot of acronyms in education, correct?
Yes.
So from here on out, I'll refer to Career and Technical Education as CTE, just to make it go a little quicker. We have 21 high school CTE teachers and 2 middle school CTE teachers. Our CTE support staff is comprised of 2 career development coordinators or CDCs, and they also serve as our special populations coordinators, SPCs. So one of those people is at East Bladen High School, and they serve the feeder schools, Elizabethtown Middle School and Clarkton School of Discovery. The other is at West Bladen High School, and they serve Bladenboro Middle School and Tar Heel Middle School. So I want y'all to pause for a second and think back to your high school career. So think back to the CTE classes you took. It could have been called vocational education. So, right, you know that those classes have a much different curriculum than the math and English and social studies curriculum, correct? So we have our own specialized curriculum and instructional management coordinator, or CIMC, and they serve all of our middle and high school students. So we have a great big chart up here, and this breaks down what we offer in CTE. So on the far left, those are our divisions, and underneath those divisions are our CTSOs, or our career and technical student organizations. So we'll talk about that in a second. You're very familiar with that. You just don't know that you are yet. So the middle column are our CTE pathways, and then the far right are our credentials that are offered in those CTE pathways. CTE is very community and regional based. We strive to prepare our students for careers in our region. We want to educate them and either bring them back home to work or keep them here to begin with. So we have a very agricultural based economy, and in our agriculture division is our national FFA organization. So some of you may have been an FFA in high school.
That's right.
Right. So within agriculture, we have ag mechanics, animal science, horticulture, and natural resources. So if students take our CTE pathways in agriculture, they can leave with an OSHA 10-hour agriculture certification, North Carolina Beef Quality Assurance, North Carolina Pork Quality Assurance, Youth for the Quality Care of Animals, or our North Carolina Hunter Safety Credential. Skipping on down to business, we have our FBLA chapters housed under business, and I'm looking at Ms. Brown for a reason. Why, Ms. Brown?
I was an FBLA.
Right. So housed within our business division is our entrepreneurship CTE pathway, and our students can leave with a venture entrepreneurial expedition credential, Microsoft Excel Core, or Microsoft Excel Expert. Underneath our family and consumer science division, our students can be a part of Family and Career and Community Leaders of America. When I was in high school, that was FHA. Does that sound more familiar?
Oh, yeah.
Right. So students in our Family and Consumer Science division take part in our food and nutrition CTE pathway. When they leave that, they can have an accredited food handler certification or an accredited food manager certification. Students in our health science division can take part in our HOSA chapter, or future healthcare professionals. And the CTE pathway for that one is healthcare professional. Credentials that come from that one could be CPR or AED, first aid, stop the bleed, OSHA 10-hour healthcare, North Carolina Nurse Aid 1. That's our CNA, our certified nursing assistant. Under our trade and industrial division, that's our Skills USA chapter. It was VICA before, it was Skills USA. I see some heads nodding with VICA. We have automotive services, and our students can leave with an SP2 mechanical safety and pollution prevention credential. Drone technology was mentioned by Ms. Spalding. Our students can leave with an FAA 107 unmanned aircraft pilot's license from that program. If they get to Drone 2, they can be certified in a drone to map certification that has a lot of real estate application. Our firefighter technology, they have a long list of credentials. I couldn't fit them all on this slide, but they all come out of the Office of the State Fire Marshal and the National Incident Management System. Our logistics and distribution pathway, our students can leave with a Global Logistics Associate. Now, that's not an associate's degree, it's an associate credential. And our masonry students can leave with what's called NCCER, National Center for Construction Education Research.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a reason I ask you to think back to your high school experience with vocational education or CTE. I guarantee you, if we got to talk, not one of you would have the same story from your CTE classes. Every one of you learned something different. And that is the focus of CTE, to provide a customized student learning experience through, we start mainly in middle school with the focused career exploration that allows our students to choose their CTE pathway. And that's where they learn their career skills and their work-based learning experiences. Any questions?
Sound good.
Thank you, Mr. Next, we have Mr. Rodney Smith, our Office of Exceptional.
Good evening. My name is Rodney Smith. Excuse me, Rodney W. Smith. I'm the Director of the Exceptional Children's Department for Blaine County Schools. In our department, we have Ms. Latessa Williams, who is our Every Child Accountability Tracking System Data Manager. That helps us to find out where our IEPs are, if they're overdue, what's coming up, re-evals, so forth. Then we have Holly Meggs, our school psychologist, who does our testing among the schools. We're blessed to have back Miss Melanie Slacks. She's our pre-K EC coordinator 80% of the time, and she's our program specialist 20% of the time. We have Miss Brookman Michael, our program specialist, and we have Miss Victoria Clark, our program specialist. So there's our staff. What do we provide? Well, we provide service and related services. We provide services such as occupational therapy, which we contract. We provide speech. We provide physical therapy. We contract with other schools, with other psychologists to go out and test our kids. We're responsible for Exceptional Children Homebound. Currently, we have 11, we just got one, Exceptional Children Homebound. On Homebound, we have 11. We have non-exceptional children, which means they're not identified as EC students, and we have 4 of those. We have Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. We have 504 students. Exceptional Children Pre-Kindergarten, which is housed in ETB. We have 101 assistants, which I'm responsible for contracting with, hiring, and making sure they're performing their duties. Exceptional Children Pre-Kindergarten, exceptional children, and we also have private school service plans, which we have 3 right now in the Blaine County. These were our focus areas. We sat down as a team and we said, what do we need to get better at? Well, we need to improve reading proficiency through reading to research practice. And that's through our North Carolina School Improvement Grant, which we get funded through. It's called PRC 082. Improve writing quality, relevant goals and objectives on students' individual intervention plan, or IEP. Years ago, it used to be the present level of performance that you identified kids with. So when you had that child, you looked at what they're able to do, how they're able to perform under the reauthorization, Individuals Disability Education Act of 2004. It changed to what's known as the PLAF, which is the present level of academic achievement and functional performance. So we have to get better at writing those. We have to identify our students better. And we are fully staffed. We want to remain fully staffed. If you think it's hard to recruit general education teachers, try recruiting exceptional children's teachers. So we are ensuring all teachers are highly qualified. And this year, praise the Lord, we have all fully staffed.
Got it.
Any questions, gentlemen?
I've got 3.
Okay.
Can you elaborate, first of all, on the 504 student?
Yes, sir. Those are under the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, which is called Section 504. It's basically a life impairment that a kid has or an adult. It goes from age birth to whenever they put you in the ground. Anybody can get a Section 504, but we talk about it in school, and it's a life impairment. It has disability that is not identified as EC, but maybe such as walking, talking, breathing, anything that you think of as being able to function in life, having that impairment. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Next question is the one-on-one assistant.
Yes, sir. That is a person dedicated to a student who needs special attention.
Can you tell me we got one of them?
Yes, sir.
How many we have?
We have, if you don't mind me looking, I want to make sure. I don't want to tell you.
I don't say on
anything.
the thing, it just says one-on-one assistant, one.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's like if you were, need special needs and I was your one-to-one, I would go with you every day to class. I would go with you. I'd follow you. I would make sure that I'm able to support you. Right now, we have 7.
7.
Yes, sir. And there's a demand for them. So I'm sure you've heard of it, one-to-one. We need a one-to-one. We need a one-to-one. Well, we have to look at the qualifications for one-to-one because not everybody needs a one-to-one. Everybody would like to have a one-to-one, but you're talking 20,000+ And it's not that we don't want to give it, it's just that the student needs to really have that need.
Do we have any in the county that need them?
Do we have any?
Any students that need them?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have 7 right now.
Yeah, I'm talking about other than
Outside of
those,
that.
outside of those.
Outside of that, no, sir, because I try to work with the principals.
All the kids that need them, we have.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have 576 students, by the way.
That's great.
Yes, sir.
And the last question was the private school service plan?
Yes, sir. That's required by IDA, Individuals with Disability Education Act. It's also required by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. If we have a student in Bladen County and they're identified, but they don't want to come into the county, we have to provide a service for them. So what we provide for them is speech, because that's the prevalent exceptional disability in the county. Does that make sense, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith. Next, we have Dr. Thomas with migrant multilingual at McKinney-Vento.
Good evening, Chairman Jensen, board members, Dr. Atkinson, Superintendent. I am Dia Thomas. Director of the MQ department is what I started coining it this year because it is migrant multilingual in McKinney-Vento. Overview of staff, and because it's 3 different departments totally, well, they combine to a degree. I am going to talk about each one individually on each of the slides. So I'll start with migrant education and our staff. We have 1 parent family liaison and recruiter. She is on the right. That is Miss Aurora Jimenez. She's also 10% or 20% district interpreter and translator. We have a recruiter, out of school youth facilitator. She is in the middle. That is Miss Valadez. She too is 20% district interpreter and translator. And then we have our data specialist and assistant. She is on the left, Miss Carrie Singletary. And she works with migrant education, also helps me with multilingual learners as well. The multilingual side of things, and I'm using multilingual as the new term. You heard a lot of the principals refer to ELL teachers or ESL teachers or EL teachers. They're getting away from that and they're calling them ML, multilingual learners. So within that department, we have 5 teachers and 4 paraprofessionals or teacher assistants or tutors. But they are not only teachers and paraprofessionals for the multilingual learner department. They also are for migrant. So I've restructured the program this year so that they are 50% multilingual teachers and tutors and 50% migrant teachers and tutors because we need all of those scholars served. McKinney-Vento. That is a small little department. I am the liaison for the district. And I'll get more into McKinney-Vento in a moment. But this year, thank you to Dr. Atkinson, we needed some help. So we now have the McKinney-Vento Student Success Specialist. And if you'll recall, Ms. Brayboy talked about one of her social work positions was a part-time social work position. She has that lady 3 days a week. I have her the other 2 days. And she has been a godsend to me, Ms. Young. So she kind of is my partner in crime when it comes to McKinney-Vento. And again, I'll give you more details in a minute. Programs and services, going back up to migrant education. So with migrant education, our purpose is to assist our parents and scholars with enrollment in schools. We recruit families as they move into the district for agriculture-related work. Literally, Ms. Jimenez and Ms. Valadez will go into the camps, the fields, and meet with families that come, meet with out-of-school youth that come to work in those fields. And if there are school-aged children in the district, they try to help them enroll. We'll get the COE, which is a certificate of eligibility completed, help them get enrolled in school so they can continue with their education from wherever they came from. Our staff provides tutoring and lessons, as well as support to the parents for our 288 scholars, and that number changes every day. I gave a breakdown in your presentation with the 288. 190 are in our schools, and this was as of last week when I finalized this presentation. 70 of our migrant scholars are our out-of-school youth. They could be 16, 17, 18, dropped out of school to work in the fields, or came over from Mexico and did not go to school. They went straight to work. we do try to provide English lessons to those babies. And then we have 28 out-of-school pre-K scholars. Those are the scholars that range from 2 months to 4 or 5 years old that are not in school for whatever reason. This year, we did start a pre-K program. I have one of the teacher assistants that's in the schools, but she also visits our 4-year-olds at home doing weekly lessons in preparation for them so that they are better prepared for Bladen County Schools pre-K and Bladen County Schools kindergarten. So I'm excited about that today.
My question, did I mishear you? Did you say that the youngest ones were 2 months old?
Yeah, so the migrant program services, they say 0 to 21, but 0 is, in here. So, just if we identify a 2-month-old that is in a migrant family, that goes on the certificate of eligibility and we provide assistance if needed. For the most part, as far as lessons are concerned, it's 3 years to 21. Okay, good question. And then lastly, one of the things that we do is we do try to provide field trip opportunities for these scholars. We've had summer field trips for high school scholars as well as out-of-school youth scholars, and then different field trips throughout the year for our scholars that are in school. And before I leave and continue with multilingual education, I would like to take a moment to let you know that I became the director of migrant education in October 2020. And last May, Bladen County Migrant Education Department received State Program of the Year. So if you did not hear that wonderful news, I'm sharing that with you this evening. So our migrant program was State Program of the Year. Multilingual education. Multilingual education. So let me say this. Some of our migrant babies are also multilingual babies. The teachers, when they're servicing our multilingual babies or our English as a second language babies, they are strictly focusing on reading, writing, listening, and speaking. Okay. They are preparing them for the WIDA access test that you've heard Dr. Hanson talk about, and some of the principals talked about how testing is going on. We started January 24th. They start with listening and reading. And as you see in the slide, there's over 300 scholars in our multilingual program. So they start with listening and reading. When they finish that, they move on to speaking, and then they end with writing. Dr. Hanson gave a report the other day. We're on a good roll. The goal is to have everybody finished by February 28th, and my champion teachers and teacher assistants are doing the doggone thing. So I believe that we're going to finish by February 28th. If the students continue to come to school, yes, yes, yes. My teacher assistants. So my teacher assistants are not certified multilingual learner teachers. And so as a result, we have Imagine Learning, which is a program for multilingual students that has been known to help with listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So my teacher assistants are required to get the multilingual learners on that program so that we can attempt to grow those babies. And now with this, let me say that the migrant teachers and multilingual teachers work with the core teachers in the building. It's expected that they collaborate with these individuals. And then as you see, 314 scholars are in our multilingual education program. McKinney-Vento. So McKinney-Vento Act is a law that says we need to make sure our families experiencing homelessness, but we don't like to use the word homelessness, experiencing a transition can get enrolled in school, have minimum barriers to getting in school, have the tools and resources that they need. If you think about a family that's in transition, they may come from Columbus County, who may not be in a uniform school, but come to Bladen County, who are in uniforms. And they're already dealing with not a place to stay, so they may not have uniforms. So one of the biggest things that we help with in the McKinney-Vento program is providing uniforms and school supplies to those babies. So not getting off my presentation because I need to attempt to stay in my 3 to 5 minutes. So in the program, we train the district on McKinney-Vento law and raise awareness to help identify these families. So I go to every school and do a training. I have one school that I have to get to that we did not happen before Christmas break, but I do talk to them about McKinney-Vento law as well as migrant education and multilingual education. We ensure that McKinney-Vento scholars are enrolled in school as soon as possible. I give you the numbers here and I need to give an update. So when I did this presentation, we had identified 90 scholars that were in transition. As of today, this afternoon, we are up to 105. And unfortunately, I have 3 pending referrals that if I talk to the parents and they indeed qualify for the McKinney-Vento program, we could be up to 110. If you'll notice, last year we identified 103 scholars. This number has continued to increase over the years. It's a good thing that we're identifying them. It's not a good thing that we have so many families that are in transition. And if I'm not mistaken, the ones that we've identified this year, that is about 45 or 46 referrals that we've received. So obviously a referral might have 3 or 4 students on that referral.
Wow.
Wow is correct, yes. We do provide resources. I already talked about uniform, school supplies, transportation. So if they're staying in Bladen County and they were coming from Columbus County, and we need to try to make sure that they stay in their school of origin, whatever's best, we do try to arrange transportation if we feel like where they're at school is where they currently need to stay. We've provided air mattresses a lot this year with grant funds that we've received, and we do provide food resources. Work closely with social workers and school counselors. I do include the social workers that work under Ms. Esters and the school counselors, a big part of my team, because myself and Ms. Young can't do it all. And so the social workers and school counselors are a lot of the ones that give the referrals to me. And then lastly, my student success specialist, Ms. Young, not only does she help deliver supplies to the families or to the social workers, but she is starting to work with the juniors and seniors in the building, because they are thinking about life after high school. And they don't need to be thinking about their homeless situation.
Right.
They need to know that they can go to college. They can go into the military.
Right.
And so she is a mentor, somebody else that they can go to, and she's going to be working with them on the FAFSA if they choose to go to college. She's just going to be an additional resource for those babies.
Outstanding.
I think I have one more slide. Oh, yes, my focus areas. So migrant education, the goal of the migrant education for the state is to help scholars graduate from school. If you think about our migrant scholars, please understand they're coming from this place to this place to this place. There's so much transition, and oftentimes they do not graduate. So migrant education, the goal is let's help get these babies graduated. For multilingual education, the biggest thing here is we need to help these babies exit the program. Dr. Henson already shared with you that they take the access test to determine their proficiency in those 4 areas that I keep talking about. In order for them to exit the program, when they take the access test, they have to score an average of a 4.8 on all those tests. The max they can score on any area is a 6. So if we can get them to get an average of a 4.8, then they can exit the program. Last year, we had 11 exit. I want more to exit. And then last year we had 75 meet the state goal. That sounds like great numbers, but it's really not. We can talk about that in a different presentation. But we're going to have much better progress this year because of the restructure. I just feel it. And then lastly, McKinney-Vento, the biggest thing there is to make sure those babies are enrolled in school as soon as possible and that they get the resources they need. And that's all I have for you. Questions?
That 4.8 you're talking about, is that over all the tests?
So yeah, if they get a 4.8 in speaking, reading, listening, writing, then bam, they're out.
Good.
But they could get, and speaking has been the weak point. So like listening, they usually not listening out the water. That's the easiest part. Several of them will get 6.
Mm-hmm.
Writing and reading are lower. Speaking has been really, really low. So if they can't average that 4.8, then they're stuck in the program. And I hate to use the word stuck, but that's how some of them feel. I interviewed several of them last year.
Is that because the speaking part is?
Speaking messes them up. And over the course of the years, they shared with me that they're just shy speaking with others in the classroom. So this year, with the restructuring and the way that we have the personnel laid out, we have been able to have speaking one-on-one. So it's the teacher and it's the student. And they are simply speaking into a computer. They do it in a computer. And my teachers are telling me the students are feeling really good about it. I feel like they're talking into the microphone. So I'm really excited about that. And honestly, some of the scholars have been in the program for so long, they feel defeated and they're not trying anymore.
Is that?
They're like, why should I even try? I can't get out. And I've heard that from scholars. So it's motivating them, and my schools have done an amazing job. You know, as I go around and I do the presentations, they're doing an amazing job trying to motivate the kids, because as we let the staff know, look, it's not just the multilingual teachers that are teaching these babies. Right. Everybody in the school is teaching these babies. Right. So we're all held accountable. So how can you help us help the babies? And so I've seen a real big increase in teachers kind of help motivate those kids. So we'll see how it ends this year. Thank you for your questions.
Good job.
Any others? I brought my notes. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Next, we have Ms. Esther, Student Services, MTSS, and Social Emotional Learning.
And this and that.
Superstar.
Good afternoon, good evening. I'm Kimberly Esters, our Student Services Director. And I have worked with the social workers that you've heard some of the speakers talk about, school counselors, 2 behavior specialists, and also there I have a part-time admin assistant that I share with Ms. Whiteston. Programs, services provided, student services support academic success by addressing the behavioral, social, emotional, health, and safety needs of students. You heard people talk about it, social and emotional learning. That's the skills to understand and manage emotions. You also heard a lot about MTSS. MTSS is a school improvement framework that encompasses academic, behavior, social, and emotional instruction and support. So what that is, you have MTS is interventions that support students. And each school has their MTSS team that breaks out into student support teams. And also someone asked about PBIS, that's a part of MTSS. I worked with the ALP program, a program that serves students who may be suspended, expelled, or whose learning style are better served in a transfer program, and dropout prevention strategies to help students stay in school, or if they dropped out, I try to chase them down to find them to bring them back to school. My focus areas are dropout prevention to keep the kids in school. And once we keep them in school, then we go into providing the student services. Dropout prevention, I want to thank the principals because without them adding the extra to get kids back, a lot of them stay. To keep them, we use the 22 credit program, and we also have Apex that when we talk to kids about, well, through Apex and 22 credit, you can graduate with your class, because a lot of them, once they get out and don't come for a couple of weeks or whatever and say, you can graduate with your class, then that's a drive for them to come back. When I think about student services as being one of the focuses, I think about all the good things that is happening in the schools. Dr. Hester talked about Tier Youth, Teen Youth. That's really awesome. Life skills, Ms. Weiss just mentioned that. MTSS, SST, and arts, and PGC. And I'm happy to say that starting in a week or so, well, maybe about a month or so, we have school-based therapy. And that's one of the things that students need when you heard a lot about social, emotional, and kids being the mental things that they lost during COVID. Well, school-based therapy is going to be able to help that, along with the other programs that I just mentioned. Question?
So.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Brown with Operational Services.
Good evening. My name is Ms. Ann Brown, and I'm the Chief Operation Officer for Administrative Services. Heather Baldwin is my administrative assistant. Under my umbrella falls child nutrition with Ms. Crystal O'Brien. You will hear from her later. Mr. Benny Lennon is our maintenance department. Dr. Robert Heavenridge handles our transportation. Mr. Wendell is our custodial training manager and painter. And Mr. Milton Smith, who we're going to lose soon because he's retired, district office custodian, warehouse mail courier. Ms. Ellie Johnson, who does a phenomenal job, our communications and family engagement person. Mr. Jerry Faulkner, our technology. Ms. Amy Reeves handles our instructional technology. You heard her talk as a parent earlier. Mr. William Bell, our digital learning person, and Ms. Patty Evers handles our athletics across the county for us. Our areas of responsibility and operations, student discipline and the code of conduct, and I tried to follow the code of conduct. We tried our principles to make sure they're firm, fair, they're consistent. We handle student hearings. That's when principals recommend long-term or short-term suspension, and they may have to file an appeal and say, well, I don't agree, I want to come back to school. We hold hearings in our office. Student reassignment and transfers, and that form is also falls under our field trips, our use of facilities. All those forms are on our website. I am the Title IX coordinator for students, which you know, under the Educational Amendment of 1972, no discriminating. It's because we receive federal funds, we can't do any discrimination by sex. Okay, Office of Civil Rights in 1968, it used to be the elementary and the middle school survey that we took, but now it's a data collection. And I am the one that I go to Ms. Dia Thomas, I go to Mr. Rodney Smith, and I have to gather all this information, and it is, we use this on our program areas from curriculum, and this is where we send in information to make sure we're doing what is right by all students. I'm the school safety liaison, and I say that because under 115-C, 115-28C, D, principals have the responsibility to do fire drills, and so they do their fire drills and they send all the information to me so we can stay in compliance with the state. School resource officers fall under me, and I keep hearing we're gonna do something about it. Media specialists fall under me, and those media specialists are supervised by Miss Amy Reed. School nurses are under me, which are, earlier I said Miss Lanier handled that. Fundraisers, that is also on the school website where and you approve every field, you approve the fundraisers, the field trip. I'm the liaison with the county emergency manager, which I work with Nathan Downs, I work with Mr. Parrish, I work with Bladenboro Police Department. All of us work together when we have emergencies, and then we may have this highway patrol. And you heard Miss Georgia Spalding talk about, they were all locked down. We had a lot of people on deck the day that we had that lockdown. District vehicles and fleet also falls under me. They check out vehicles if they're going out of the county, in the county, wherever they may need to go. They sign out the vehicles through our office. Okay. And our areas of focus is safety. Every day, providing a safe and secure, inviting environment conducive for teaching and learning, preparedness, daily operations, in any emergent situation, that's anything that could happen, because every day is a new day. We may wake up and we may have we have like a spill up at Smithfield, and I got a call like at 1 o'clock in the morning from Mr. Nathan Downs telling me we may not can open Tar Heel Middle School, but we were able to open Tar Heel Middle School. So anything can happen. So we're prepared in operations to work through those situations. Student discipline, like I said, we're following the policy and procedures, the code of conduct, trying to make sure we're being firm, we're being fair, we're being consistent across the board to make sure we still help students, whether they have discipline or behaviors issues, to be successful in Bladen County. Our overall focus, the Operations and Administrative Service Division, works to support administrators, staff, students, so that all students attend Bladen County schools have nourishing meals, safe transportation, a well-maintained, safe learning environment. Any questions?
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have our school nutrition department, Ms. Crystal O'Brien.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Crystal O'Brien. I'm the school nutrition coordinator. This is my second year in my position. In our department, we have myself, we have our bookkeeper, which is Tyler Strickland. We have a training manager, Lori Bass. Within our schools, we have 44 employees, which include 12 managers and 1 assistant manager. The programs that we provide are our National School Lunch Program and the School Breakfast Program, and that's what we serve our breakfast and lunch under. We have a fresh fruit and vegetable program, and this is for our elementary schools. And those students get to sample at least 1 fruit and 1 vegetable a week in hopes that they will learn to eat more fruits and vegetables. Our after-school snack program provides a snack to students enrolled in an after-school activity. Our at-risk supper program provides a meal similar to lunch for students eligible to participate in an after-school activity. And all schools are approved to participate in the at-risk supper program, but East Bladen is the only one that participates in it as of now. Our summer food service program offers breakfast and lunch to students during the summer. Since we are a little different, we're the only business account that the school system has, I want to go over our funding. We get reimbursed from the state per student meal, and our reimbursement rates this year for lunch, we get $4.43 for every student meal. For breakfast, we get $2.67 for every student meal. After school snacks, we get $1.08 for every snack. And at our at-risk supper program, we get $4.33 for every one of those meals. We do receive USDA commodities, and that is an entitlement dollars that we can spend on USDA food that be free to us. The entitlement is based on the number of lunch meals we serve in the previous year. So you can see how important student participation is, our lunch participation. And the state only provides $45,000 to us, and that offsets the director's salary. Everything else we have to get off of the meals that we serve.
Question?
Yes, sir.
The reimbursements, does that cover the cost? Is that enough to cover, or is it the county picking up the rest of that tab?
No, sir. It covers the cost.
Okay. Thank you.
So far, we've been.
Is that an annual review there as far as the reimbursement process, or is that?
Is it a
Did it say, is it an annual review? I mean, when they review your reimbursement? You know,
Well, we're reviewed every 5 years. We have a federal review.
reason I asked that, obviously, thing cost has gone up on a lot of
yes.
things, so that was my whole question is.
Oh, I understand. Yes.
Probably needs to be reviewed a lot.
Yes, they do
sooner,
review.
You know what I'm saying, in 5 years, because obviously after COVID, everything tripled.
Yes, they do review it every year, and they set those reimbursement rates every year. I understand what you're asking.
Yeah, thank you.
And child nutrition is our only program that is for profit. So what you all get reimbursement or supplemental sales is what funds that program. We've been blessed that we've been in the green, but if the child nutrition program was to go into the red, the local school district has to use local funds to bring child nutrition back into, I think you'll have to have, they recommend 3 months of operating expense. So we've been fortunate, our child nutrition program is doing a good job, and we are in the green side, but that's not the same case across now, especially since they've changed the federal reimbursement. At one point when we had the pandemic, all school districts were able to provide no cost breakfast and lunch. We still are as a CEP district. We get recertified again on that. But there's other districts that does not happen. CEP. That's community eligibility is based off poverty level and direct certification with, food stamps and that kind of thing. So we meet that qualifier on that. So that's no cost for students. Breakfast and lunch.
We have to recertify April 1st for that.
I don't anticipate
every year.
Every 4 years. Yeah, I don't anticipate that changing for us unless something happens, probably.
You see anything that we can do better? Because nutrition is important for a student, for a child, and that's anything
That you can do for us.
that we can do better as a whole. For nutrition in that area.
I can't really think of anything.
So you think we did on?
Yeah, I think we're doing pretty good. Like I said, we want to increase our student meal participation, so we're trying to get some new menu ideas out, and we really want to expand our summer feeding program.
Yeah,
That's
I
one of our
was
main
surprised
goals.
East Blaine is the only one doing it.
The supper program. Yeah, they're the only one doing the summer. But like, during the summer, we can feed students breakfast and lunch.
Right.
We really want to focus on that this year.
Yeah, we need to do
It's just hard to get students to our location.
During the summertime, how does that food get to the students?
We open different schools in the different areas, and they have to come to us normally.
We were doing that E-Town Middle.
So then you have a cafeteria staff working through the summer.
Yes, sir. We contract with the cafeteria staff, and we open sites in the different areas. We also partner with a lot of daycares, provide meals to them. hopefully this year, something that I'm trying to do, we have a van that we use for our early college program. And we'll try to make some routes, maybe we can get some of the needier areas. Some districts have done that in the past.
Do you know how that van would be funded?
We have the van already.
You have a van, so, but it's county funded and the county pays for the gas?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was, that came to us as a donation from Smithfield.
For Smithfield.
Smithfield actually provided that van for us. And during the pandemic, we were able to do meals by bus to the home. It was discontinued when the pandemic was, when we moved back into regular, that was whenever we were on remote.
And now they gotta come to the school.
All right.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Ellie Johnson, of Communications and Family Engagement.
You skipped over all my staff. Yes, I am a staff of one, but I'm fortunate that I have some great colleagues at all of my schools across the district. So the principals have individuals that manage their school websites and social medias accounts. And then I've got what we dubbed our woohoo crew this year at all of our schools, who's I sort of can rely on to send me exciting things that are happening. This here is just a list of some of the things that I am responsible. I'm not going to read all of the bullet points. I know you guys have had this. Just to highlight a couple of the website, we are in the midst of a major overhaul. We've been going through and redoing all of the content to ensure that it is accurate and up to date and succinct. People today don't want to read lengthy paragraphs to try to find their information. So we're trying to be as concise as possible. And part of that overhaul is going to have a restructure of the menu so that it's more intuitive for the end user. So there'll be new headers that have started to populate now, such as staff resources, students and families, so that as the end user, you've got a better idea of where you need to go to find what you're looking for. Another thing I help with district-wide events, such as the career fair. We had 2 last year. I know we're going to plan on having one this spring. Academic ceremonies, liaison with Ms. Whitesmith and her department to plan for those. And then I, of course, collaborate with all of our schools and all of our departments for their needs. You know, pre-K and kindergarten enrollment is coming up. So we'll do a billboard and lots of media surrounding that. My top 3 focus areas are always going to be positive brand awareness. And that's where I work with our schools and our departments to continue to share that good news that's happening every day. Family engagement, I think we can all agree, I think every principal touched on it, that our students do better academically and in the classroom when their families are engaged. So how can we increase that engagement at the school level and at the district level? And then working on a comprehensive strategic communications plan. So really digging into understanding the needs of our various audiences and using that data to sort of create a roadmap to help us achieve our goals.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next, Ms. Amy Reeves with Instructional Technology.
I'm Amy Reeves, and I work with instructional technology here in the district, and I've been in instructional technology since 2014. Previously, I was a teacher. In my department, we have Mr. William Bell. He's our learning management systems and data system specialist. So he works day to day with the teachers and staff with our Canvas, which is what we use district-wide, and some of our programs such as Go Guardian. When we get alerts, he works to communicate those to our principals. So here's some of the services we provide. As I was talking earlier, we do account management for students, making sure they're where they need to be, that everything's working properly for them, make sure teachers have their programs working appropriately so that things run smoothly day to day and on the technology side of the house. And then we also support teachers and new tools and technologies that are being implemented in their classrooms. I work with all media specialists throughout the district and, communicate with them, issues as rise, make sure that we're working with compliance. Such as right now, we're doing internet safety to help keep us SIPA compliant in the district because our funds for connectivity come from E-rate and we have to be compliant to make sure that our students are learning those safety rules and that we have an internet safety policy for our students. And then the DLMI, that's our inventory, all the devices we have that the state looks at each year. We have to do that inventory with all media from each school. And then the state, as they're looking at funding, they look at this throughout the state to see all the districts and what the needs are as they make those decisions. Digital learning standards, I help to support and implement those, talk with teachers of how you can teach students the technology skill sets, because we don't just give kids a car and say drive the car. We do training on that, and same with technology. We should be teaching them how to use the devices rather than always watching videos on YouTube. So we talk about those things and how teachers can teach their students in the classroom. And then I also attend the state meetings and the regional meetings that gives us updates to share out to the district. Focus areas in my department, we want to work on, make sure we're following what the North Carolina Digital Learning Plan and those competencies that I discussed earlier for administrators, educators, and students. Student safety, that's a big thing that we on a day-to-day basis are working with, make sure our students, when they're on our devices, they're being monitored, they're not getting access to pornographic sites, or they're not getting access to sites that might compromise their mindsets, like you were talking earlier. What are we doing in the district? We're constantly monitoring. I go out to schools and I deal with situations with principals. They'll call me out for the alerts that they receive. And then account management, supporting those admins, making sure that day-to-day activities that run smoothly for our students. And we don't want teachers frustrated trying to teach with technology. We want things to go smoothly. So.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I have a question. When my youngest was at East Bladen High School, I think that might have been the first year they started handing out the Chromebooks or whatever. I don't know exactly if it was a Chromebook, but it's some similar device. And come to find out, she had spent pretty much all day long just chatting it up with her friends. And because I could look back and I can track the whole thing. And I went ahead and brought it to the attention of the principal at the time, made him aware of it. But do you have a handle on that now?
So we have a much better handle because this year we actually purchased a Guardian Teacher, which allows the teachers to set scenes. And when the students are in their classroom, they can cut off chatting, they can cut off websites, they can send them to only these particular websites. So that Guardian piece is not only just a district-wide component, but the teachers also have that in their classroom granularly, and so that they can cut out more of that. We do have students that try to write scripts to get around. And in fact, last week, that was one of my main things I was working on. I had a student that was writing scripts and I had to work with Guardian and figure out what was happening to allow this student to get around on our device. And we got that stopped, and we figured he was sending things from an external email into our organization and accessing the script through Google Sites. So we blocked that. I told you, I've worked with this particular child. We tried to talk with him in the fall about that, and he was still, again, getting a little bit smarter, trying to sell things to students. He was selling $1 to get around the site.
And 50-cent warranty.
Don't let him slide away. So I'm basically behind the screens and FBI for technology. So we are stopping that more, and the teachers, they really appreciate that too. I mean, it was an extra cost for our district. We also have Beacon, which assessors, we talk about social, if a student's done self-harm, it immediately sends alerts to the people on the list. And I'm also, I review that just to make sure that schools have seen that.
I would think it's going to be better anyhow, because like I said, I think that was the first year they just started handing those things out. And so all kinds of problems are going to come up that you didn't even realize were going to be problems until you actually begin doing it.
And the beauty of our Google is, we don't want to block chat completely for students, because I had a student that found a chat site last week we had to block that was external to our organization. But with our chat on Google, we have what you call the vault. And if students are communicating we can go back and we've got access to what they were communicating, whether it be a threat. Or I had a cyberbullying issue between two middle schools, and they were sending screenshots, and I went back, researched it, went to both principals, and we immediately dealt with the situation. That was about a month ago. And so we follow up with students to make sure that those bullying and access to things they shouldn't be, we do our best to prevent that. Anybody else?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Benny Lennon with maintenance.
Good work. You haven't fired him yet?
Mr. Benny.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Benny Lennon. I'm the maintenance director. I have to excuse me, I'm winding down because I get up at 5 in the morning. We gonna get through this though. I'm the maintenance director. My assistant is Miss Carol Jessup. I got 10 guys. I got more students than I got help. So we getting it done.
How many you short?
Now 2.
So we got 2 positions need to be filled with each other. And we'll be full
The
staff.
problem is back with your economic too. I can tell you that already about the money. I need a certified electrician who's gonna work for $29,000 and I got a certification. I can work by myself and make it in 2 months. That's what we're faced with.
We gotta contract that out. Gotta pay people to get it done, so we can still get it done.
Yeah, but by
You don't have to have somebody on staff.
in a year's time, by the time you contract out, you can just pay a certified man, because with all that electrical, it's got to be done, you go broke contracting. And they're gonna charge you $85, $90 an hour.
Be done.
Yeah.
Be done.
But anyway, my areas of responsibility, we handle carpentry, electrical, plumbing, heating, vending, ground, painting. I'm a little bit different when it comes to that. I help my guys. So if you come by, you might see me cross the street cutting grass or anything. I work with them. I'm a working supervisor. I stand on my platform. When I got hired, I graduated. I'm a prototype of Bladen County Schools. So I'm gonna give it my all to make sure it's gonna be the best.
Good job.
So Mr. Locklear, he came by. If any of y'all wanna come by, like I said, I'm a straight shooter. He'll tell you that. I'm gonna tell you how it is. My mission is to just get as much as we can get done for our kids in this county. And I look forward to working with any of y'all. Mr. Benton, I'm working on one of your projects right now, and I think I'll bring that forth to you next week. I haven't got Mr. Edwards by the tennis courts. I don't forget, but like I said, with a 10-man crew, I'm helping my guys. So I'm the first one there, and a lot of times I'm the last one to leave and lock the gate. I get to work at 6:30 in the morning. I get up at 5. So that's my focus, in which with Dr. Axe and Ms. Brown, then we got a good crew. And we getting stuff done, but some of this stuff has been messed up for years. So it's gonna take us years to build and get it back the way it should be. So I know in there.
You can't do it with 10 people.
So, well, I'm gonna give it my all. You know, like I said, if y'all wanna come help now, y'all can volunteer.
Wish I could,
but like I said,
I can't.
Focus. I'm trying to provide a safe, clean environment. I just want to make sure that my kids in Bladen County is gonna have it the best we can give it to them, and we owe it to them as the grown-ups. So, like I said, y'all have to excuse me if y'all don't think I work. All of my suits are like this. I got to get a new wardrobe, but it's good. I feel it. But I'm gonna give it that 100%. But like I said, I look forward to working with any of you. And if you ever want to stop by, if I'm not there, just have Ms. J to call me. I come pick you up and you can ride with me and see what I do.
Do we need to enroll you in the child nutrition program also?
Well, actually, we help keep the machines.
Yeah, they keep it.
Now, you told me one time before the last time we spoke, when was the best time of the day to catch people? Please tell me that again.
You want to catch me over there? Probably the first 30 minutes, 7 to 7:30, then I'm gone. Ain't no telling where I'll be at. I'll be in the county in one of these. You know, but like I said, just call me if you want to ride and see what I do or see what we do. I'm happy with it.
Well, then, yeah, if you have a phone with you, then I can just call you and just meet you somewhere.
You can do that.
Okay.
I can give you my cell number, you can call me. It won't be no problem. We can ride together like old time. Like I said, we all have a goal here. And everybody wants the best. My son graduated from here. I don't have any kids in there now. I got nieces, but still it's my obligation. I want the kids of Bladen County, when they go in the real world, they don't get ate up.
Yeah.
To at least have a fighting chance. So.
Those two positions that we need to fill, what are they for?
Electrical, well, I got the breakdown, I got one carpenter, one HVAC, one plumber. Nobody in electric right now. I got some guys that know how to do lights, but the major electric stuff, we don't.
Are all the other guys? So that's
No.
That's the only thing that we really gotta worry about contract now is that major.
Well,
is there a lot of
doing some things we can't do, like paving, we don't have a paving. We don't have a paving machine, we can't do no paving.
Right.
Stuff like that, we have to contract out,
Right.
but, you know, electrical. That's what I got the most work orders on right now. So if my guys ain't certified, there's only certain things that we can do. You know, you can do lights and little wall fixtures, because that's not major. But when you start getting into major, when you're getting up to the 2-something voltage and all that, nah.
Yeah.
It's not equipped to handle it. And we try to contract stuff like that out.
But we got a lot of that within the county. A lot of that in the county, the major wiring.
No, not really. You got a little bit about every school. You know, that's just like some people look at West Bladen, well, that school ain't that old. That school's 20-something years old. Been a wild time for us. I know. When they opened it, I was one of the first SROs out there. So it's been a while. So like I said, all of these problems, it didn't start in just 1 or 2 years. You talking about, you can back it up, maybe 10 years.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what my concern is. I went out to some of the schools and physically walked the schools with the principal. And I want to hear what their concerns were and how we could help them and what was getting done and what hadn't been done. That's why I asked how many people you had and how many you had in each category. I do this every day. So I know when you got as much as you have on your plate, it can be hard, but what I will say is you gotta have that tasking for each school.
Okay.
The stuff that I saw was very minimal. Painting, pressure work, doesn't matter. Work him to death. He'll always have a job because he's got plenty to do.
Okay.
Paint. If you got to contract some of that stuff, and some people will paint for a decent amount of money, but he can still be over there. I know we got guidelines we got to follow, but we got to get this done because the principals get nicked on this stuff. Get nicked on it.
Let me ask you a question about that. You knew coming in, not knocking principals, but some of them are going to play your face.
Well, that's fine.
This is now, if you don't mind, just let me explain my side. Let me explain my side. Now we're gonna go with this. I got a stag where we keep this when they send work orders. And I can show it to you, and we knocking it down. But when I got a principal and I tell them, I can't get you yet because your problem, you prioritize. If I got something major at West, I can't just leave it and go to East or come to the middle school, and that's what they want. But if you go back and look at the work orders, and you can come over and I'll show you the stats, it's getting knocked down. But they want it now, and they want it right now, and I can't do that. I have to treat all schools equally. I don't forget any of them. I go to all of them. So that's why I say just when you talk to them, they want it right then sometimes, so you kind of got to just sit back.
And I understand that.
You know.
But at
the end of the day,
that school to be the best.
Anything that I told them, ask them, did I do it? It got done, and I can stand on that.
Good job.
You just need your contracting for your painters, so you.
Yeah,
you
well,
contract
we are
every
contracting though, like the gym. We got a contract with,
Start with the middle school.
Central Pro. They're gonna reach out to them.
Questions?
Well, it's more than a gym. It's in those hallways. It's in those stairways. The city can't be press washed, but they can. The city can't be painted, but they can. There's mold growing 4 or 5 feet high on the side of the building. And it shouldn't look like that.
Oh,
It's like mold to me. I mean, I looked from afar. I didn't go up on it. I mean, it's there.
I tell you, like I told Mr. Edwards, you come up with the money to contract all that, I'll make it happen.
It's not a matter of contracting. All they need is a press wash.
It's, but when you listen to what I'm saying now, you got 10
My
people
concerns are just important. Everybody else is on this board.
and everybody should be one go. But you can't take 10 people and work the crap out of them when they running wide open all day.
Right.
But like I said, I do anything. I don't care. I've been at Tar Heel in the daggone septic with a line busted fixing it. And the reason I don't dress up as an administrator, because I work with my guys, because I'm no better than they are. And if I'm at the top, that's what I do. If I'm getting down in there with you, what can you say? If I'm your supervisor.
Not a thing. And I know you to be that guy.
Yeah, but like I said, if you help me, that's why I'm up here now. If all of y'all help, because nobody shouldn't be trying to criticize nobody. If everybody work together, we on one accord. We'll make it happen.
If you work them too hard and burn them out, you're gonna burn them out at $29,000 a year. Do you think we need to hire more than the 2 that we need to fill?
I don't know how the budget goes. That's what I'm saying. If we got it in the budget, yeah, I'll take all the help I can get. Volunteers too, come on out.
The maintenance staff is funded out of local money, so that comes from the county. They're all.
I mean, but that's what's hurting us. I had 2 guys that just had their electrical degree and I talked to them. And they working part-time. And they asked what was the starting pay, and I told them, I said, we'll make more than that part-time.
Here's a question. So where does the principals and vice principals stand in this maintenance piece? You got people inside the buildings, you got custodians. Where do they stand inside of that? Like, to me, you're talking about simple things, okay? Pressure washing, you're talking about mold or whatever it is growing up on the side of the building. So where do they take ownership of that building? I can understand what he's saying from a standpoint of what's number 1 through 5, and you're calling me out there because I need to pressure wash the side of the building. What's your custodian doing?
Yeah.
Honestly, what are they doing? Because, you know, I understand bathrooms and different things like that, but where does that ownership fall back on the school? Because when I roll up to a school, I'm not thinking about Beanie. I understand there's lights out. They got to be corrected. I understand this stuff, but if there's plants that need to be planted, if there's simple things that can be done, he can get his stuff done and then make his way to that.
And you have some principals that do help us, and they do fall in, and they have their community come in and help out. And so that's where we have one at, where some of them are doing their own thing.
Exactly.
And then you have some that don't do their own thing.
And them's probably the ones that's calling them, needing them there tomorrow. And that's where I'm at from a standpoint of I know who those principals are because I get asked for different things a lot of times in the business I'm in, but his job is to keep these schools as safe
and operational
as possible. I'm not trying to argue with you, but I think our principals and vice principals need to take some ownership of some of these small things. It's important, painting it always, all that type of stuff. But I'm gonna go back to the principal when I go and say, hey, why are we not taking care of this? Because this is not a Benny bring the pressure washing program. This is wash your bathroom. What's our custodians doing other than cleaning bathrooms and general maintenance society?
I got a question for Jason. Where does job description come into play?
Thank you. But I was just going to say.
Where does job description come into play?
Well, and that will be, we go back and review what we have on file HR for custodians versus different maintenance levels. If you're general maintenance versus if you're electrical versus if you're plumber. I mean, that's one thing that might be worth going back to when having to meet with custodians. This is on your job description, A, B, C, D, maintenance. you're in this position, this is what A, B, C, D is.
From a business operator, I can't contract out somebody to come pressure wash my 115,000 square foot building. I gotta find somebody in that. And that's my guy that runs my floor machines. That's my guy that cleans the bathroom and stuff like that. So I think revisiting that and putting some emphasis on it, because I think some of us have there's a lot of downtime, I think, with, you know, and you probably got some great custodians out there, but then you got some that work an 8-hour day doing 2 hours worth of work. So let's make,
we can take a lot of work.
go back. Yeah, I mean, you know, we pay him to keep our schools in a safe and efficient manner, just like you said there. So let's give that back to the principals and the custodians there. You know, some of them got, I know some have 1, some have 2, some have 2.5. That's a lot of, you know, there's a lot that I think we can probably get done inside our buildings and outside our buildings with that staff. So that way he can concentrate on getting the electrical done, getting, you know, those types of things.
Well, I think too, with those descriptions too, you have that checklist that the building, this has got to be done on a daily basis. It's got to be done once a week. And they check off it's been done, and that's handled at the building level.
Right, so you gotta go back, you gotta walk that kind of thing, as we go visit schools and say, you know, what does it look like? Where's it at? You know, what are we doing? Because I'm responsible for all of it.
Right.
And so that person needs to be responsible for it. I think we might just need to pull that policy back out and go back to these custodians and be like, hey, I understand this is what you do, but these are the things that we should do, and I need to see what this is, and are we completing this at a timely manner?
And that's something we can look at and discuss. We have principals meeting next Wednesday, so we can talk through them.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question about.
Thank you, Benny.
And this may be more suitable for the superintendent or the finance department to answer, but as far as contracting out work, you know, you go to a local business and they're going to charge however much they're going to charge per hour. But because this is the county, would it be possible, would it be feasible to actually go to another part of the county to get an electrician that works for the county? Is that something that, you know, I think it would probably be cheaper than you can go to a private electrician. Is that something that might be done?
Well, we could look at all options. In fact, some things, depending on the scale, would be put out on a bid. One thing Mr. Lynn and I talked about is even on the electrical side, is there a retired electrician that will come on a part-time basis, potentially? So we're kind of looking at some different options there. It might be, but yeah, we do have some flexibility in contracting services. And we can be pretty open to that, whether it be the individuals that have those skill sets in the county we can contract with versus if it's a business. So we do have some flexibility. And that, of course, anytime it's individual, we go through the background check and that kind of thing, but that is an option for us.
If they're already employed by the county, aren't they considered already cleared as far as background checks go?
Yes, if they're a part of, yeah, for us, and I'm sure that the county government as well would have the same kind of background check, but we could verify that, obviously.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Do good, Ben.
We have home stretch here in Nursing here, Student Health Services.
Hello, everyone. Many of you know me. New ones do not. I'm Susan Lanier. I am a school nurse, and I've been working with Bladen County Schools since 2007. As Ms. Brown stated, she is our direct supervisor. We have 7 school nurses. All of our school nurses are registered nurses. All 7 of us have 4-year BSN degrees. 6 of us are nationally certified school nurses. The one who is not has not been employed a full year, so she's not eligible to take the national certification exam at this time. So we have a very highly qualified group of school nurses. The programs, services we provide, this is very broad because anything health related, it's pretty much us, okay? We provide health and emergency care plans, medication administration, first aid. We teach CPR to first responders, coaches, the health occupation students. We cover bloodborne pathogens, medication administration training, hand washing, dental education, safety, hygiene, puberty, and HIV and AIDS awareness education. We also work with child nutrition. We develop care plans for students with life-threatening food allergies. We also have students with diabetes in our schools, and we assist and help them with carbohydrate counting. We also were involved in community collaboration, such as the health department, physicians' offices. We have school site health promotion. We have vaccine clinics for students and staff, such as flu vaccine clinics every fall for our staff. We're getting ready to host, in collaboration with our health department, Tdap and meningitis vaccine clinics for our rising 7th graders and seniors, required vaccines for public school entry. We have mobile dental services. We are contracted with Smile Mobile Dentist, and they will be coming in this spring to provide dental services for elementary school students with parental consent. We help assist with the athletic physicals to keep as many students playing sports as possible, so that they'll have an athletic physical done on site at the school. Us employee wellness, like I stated, flu vaccine clinics. We do blood pressure checks, lots of confidential consultations. A lot of school staff confide in school nurses with health issues. We also collaborate with our school counselors and school social workers with social emotional services. I know you heard all night the mental health needs in the county have increased since COVID, and that is true. A lot of physical complaints. When you assess the child, a lot of physical complaints may be due to like anxiety type situations. And the last page, to narrow it down to 3 focus areas was difficult, but I would say these are the top 3: life-threatening medical conditions and emergency care, developing healthcare plans and staff training, and medication administration. Anyone have a question for me?
Yeah, just a question. Other than the nurse that's inside that facility, who else is, how many others are first aid CPR trained?
Okay, so that's a good question. I did not mention that, but each school is required by the state that we have 2 staff trained to be first responders in a school in the absence of the school nurse. So at minimum, we have 2 per school, but we always have more. We accept anybody into a CPR first aid class that wants to come. They just don't have to be designated first responder by a principal or an athletic coach. Anyone who would like to participate in that is welcome. So we have more than 2 at every school. We train school staff members, for example, diabetes care, tube feedings, seizure management. And we do not put that staff member on their own, so to speak, until they are totally confident and comfortable with the position of accepting responsibility for that child in our absence. And also if we are in another school, that school always has access to phone us. They know where we are. We email the principals if we're making a change in assignment so that they can easily get up with us if we're in another location.
As far as AEDs in our schools, do we have 1, 2, or any?
Yes.
Okay.
We have, currently right now, we have 1 AED per school. And we currently have 15 more that have been on back order since last March.
Okay.
That we're going to put we want to have at least 2 at our high schools.
Sure.
Some of our larger schools, we want 2. So we are waiting for those AEDs still, and it's due to manufacturing delays on just getting them made and ready.
We're also looking into, of course, the backlog is we've also explored getting AEDs to go with our sports teams, especially when they travel as well. Because you all know there's been a lot of health issues with student athletes as well. So that's something, and once we get these in, we're trying to look at what our numbers are and provide those so they can travel with the students when they go to an away game.
Did I get trained, Ms. Lanier?
You can.
I mean,
Yes,
okay, I didn't know
I'm
that.
having a class March 10th.
Remind me.
And we do cover the AED placement in that class too.
Yeah, oh, yes.
So,
We have AED simulators and we turn them on and you get to shop the mannequins and everything, so.
Now, would you happen to know how the dental services are funded, where that money comes from?
The dental services, if a child has a type of insurance that pays for dental services, that insurance is billed, such as Medicaid, Health Choice, Blue Cross Blue Shield, that type thing. If there is an additional fee, parents are not charged that additional fee. For the students that do not have any type of dental insurance, Smile Mobile Dental Programs is located in Charlotte, actually. They receive grant funding that covers the price of those students receiving dental care.
So none of this is county funded.
None of it.
Very good, thank you.
Last question, are all coaches first aid CPR trained or where's that?
Yes, that is a
Yes.
requirement by the athletic association.
It's been that way for a while too.
Yes. All of them.
Ask that question.
At the beginning of the school year, we get them all in to be trained.
Very good.
What was that date again?
For the CPR
Yeah.
class. You're only gonna need to give me your email address. We can take.
I can send that to
Okay.
you. That'll
Yeah.
help. And if you're interested, let us know. We can get you in the class.
Yeah, we have a few spots open. We can take 16 participants per class. Our morning, of course, is full. Our afternoon, I'll have to look on my Google Doc and see how many spaces we have remaining, because with American Heart, we can only have a certain ratio of participants that we teach. And, but it would be the afternoon session on March 10th would begin at 12 o'clock and last until 3 to 3:30. So, but if they do state that, if you'll let me know and I'll put their names on the list so we don't.
Send you all an email, just let me know if you want.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, great. Look forward to having some board members in our class.
Thank you, Nurse Lanier. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Henry's transportation.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm glad to finally get to tell you about your transportation department. To begin with the staff. Within the last year, we have gotten quite a few new employees. Miss Sharon Guy, she's the administrative assistant, she's bookkeeper, cost clerk. She helps with doing the inventory, keeping it straight, and one of the programs I'm gonna tell you about. I think she's probably one of my right hand, and I got a couple of those. The next one is Mr. Paul Carmichael. He just started with us. He came from Robinson County. He's the TIMS coordinator, and that is the person who does the routing, develops the routes. When he came, we were able to change from the old EduLog program to the new ESQL program, which is based on Google Maps, which makes it more efficient and more precise. Mr. Tim Shamlin, I'm sure some of you know him, is our shop foreman. He has a lot of experience, not only in diesels, but all kinds of engines. And then we have Tyrone and Council Donald Calder. My two newest mechanics are Chris Johnson and Ricardo Whitaker. And both of them came to us with previous experience, and they are vets. And they had that experience as veterans working in transportation. And that was one of the reasons that, that we hired him. And then Mr. Faulkner, he is also a mechanic, but he's mostly a fuel truck driver. And when you see this mechanic 3, this here, that means that we're one of the few counties that every one of our mechanics has passed the North Carolina bus inspector certificate. And that is renewed every 5 years. Very few counties can say that they have a full staff of full inspectors. Now, the program and services that we provide are the business systems information portal. This is the business program that Ms. Guy and I and Tim use. This is where we track our inventory. This is how we manage our budget. And I will tell you this. This will show you, if you compare the budget from COVID till now, there is at least a 30% increase in cost for parts. And we are being funded on the 2018-19 school year. So figure out with fuel and all that going up to rate going from $25,000 to $40,000 for $7,500 a load. And it used to be $16,000 at the max. The TIMS program is our routing program I was telling you about. And that's where we get the students fill out a TIMS form at the school and send it to us. But we are in the process now of making that more streamlined digital that ties into PowerSchool. And we've gotten the data managers, they've started entering in a yes or no if the student needs transportation, so that we can do what they call an up-stu, refreshing every morning, and find out if there's any new students who have requested transportation. And then we have Synovia, which is the GPS tracking system for the yellow buses, and also does the fleet, the maintenance trucks, and transportation trucks. This comes in handy though for the schools and for my department, because when school lets out, I'm there monitoring those phone calls, because parents will call if the bus is late for some reason. They'll call, they want to know where their child is. And if they can give us a number or we can figure out, then we can tell them where that child is, the road, and where, how close they are to their house. I had one of those right before I came here this evening. And fortunately, because I don't know why, but Bladen County received the Smart School Bus Grant at it's valued at $396,000. And what I'm doing is, there are 2 companies, ConnectEd and Cajun. And we're going to put Wi-Fi on the entire fleet, so that the children, when they're going home, they can sit there either with their cell phone or with the laptop, and instead of cutting up on the bus, they can do their homework, or they can read something. But it also has the firewall. It would be either one company will be connected to our firewall, or either the other company will have their own educational firewall, so that they cannot get on sites that are inappropriate. Okay, and they can't use it for cyberbullying and things of that nature. that's what we're in the process of getting that done, hopefully within the next month. And getting them installed probably in the summertime when it's easy, when we got the fleet at the garage. Now, my my focus areas, okay, is to create the implementation of an updated TIMS registration program that's integrated with Power School. I mentioned that. Recruiting bus drivers. We have been running an ad in the Bladen online since the beginning of school. We've recruited some drivers. We've had some of the drivers that we recruited quit for whatever personal reasons or for them finding another job that pays more. We just finished a class. They had 8 attendees that finished. It normally takes around about a month for a person to get their license clear because they have to do the driving part. They have to go, there's a 14-day waiting period once they get their permit before they can get their actual CDL license. So it usually takes about a month. And when they do, and they come to drive for Bladen County schools, either as a substitute or a full-time driver, we reimburse them for a percentage of their license, and we reimburse them for their DOT physical. So they're not out, because it costs a person about $360 to get, initially to get their license, and that's for a Class B. And there's a lot of people who want to do it, who don't have the money up front, but they will go to a friend or somebody and borrow the money if they know that they're going to get reimbursed. So we have that form. I told you about the Smart School Bus Safety Program. Another thing is the efficiency of the student ridership per bus. That was one of our biggest focus, because after COVID, a lot of districts in North Carolina were still carrying 25 to 30% of their student body was all that was riding the bus.
Wow.
We were able to get ours up to 50%, so that we're hoping that with that increase of student ridership, that, yeah, I know we are going, when we get our second drop of money from DPI, it's going to be an increase to help us offset some of these 22, 23 costs. And that also includes like the $15, the raise for bus drivers that went from $12, $16 to $15 flat at a base rate. Another area of concern, and what I want is to increase the North Carolina State Inspection score for the yellow fleet. When I started in 2018, I came down there, it was in July of 2018. The state inspector came down that October and gave the fleet an inspection score of 85. Now, a lot of people think 85 is good, because when I first saw it, I thought, wow, we got a B average. But that was turned upside down. 85 is bad. The lower the score, the better we are. Now, we didn't get one. I thought we were going to get one in 2019-20, but COVID raised its head, and we didn't get that. We didn't get inspected. But when 2021 came, they inspected us, and we dropped our score down to 39. And this last year, we dropped it down to 38. And so the boys know my goal is to get the inspection score down to the low 20s or low 30s or upper 20s. And that's what our goal is. And one thing I didn't put on the power school, but I want you to know. I've been a teacher. I started teaching in 1990. All right? The reason I got into education was to help young children, because before then I had 2 boys working with me in high school, and they knew nothing. That's what turned me to go into education. So because of that, I partnered with the occupational school at East Blaine. I asked if West Blaine had any students, they don't. Last semester, I had 2 occupational students. They were both seniors. They came out and they worked from about 8:15 to 10 o'clock. That's like an internship for them. So they learned how to use the new tire balancer that I bought. They learned some basics so that when they go out into the workplace, if they want to work in the mechanics shop, they have some basic skills. And now and this semester, we have 1 student that they provided for us. So, and that's what we're doing at transportation. That was a lot more, but ain't got time. That takes a lot of time, longer than y'all. Well, but I'll tell you this. We got 9 electric buses. You heard of those? I started researching that in 2019. And I had the opportunity to go to Detroit. One of the companies flew Mr. Schimmel and I up there to see their bus, that electric bus being built. And then this past, I think it was November or December. Anyway, November. We had a chance to go to Carolina Thomas. Now, your electric buses are coming from 2 separate grants. You got the VDV Volkswagen Phase 2 that's funding 4 of your grants. 4 of your buses. And those are being split up between your 2 elementary schools, Elizabethtown Middle, Bladenboro Middle. Primary school. Yeah, Bladenboro Primary and Elizabethtown Primary. And the infrastructure is being paid for and installed by Duke Energy. They said that they were going to do that with that program, so we did. And then we got the EPA Clean School Grant. That's where we got our other 5 from. And each one of those buses, gentlemen, is worth, if the district had to buy it, couldn't afford it, 1 bus is $390,000.
Wow.
So, but we will have the 2nd most electric buses in the state of North Carolina. So I want you to let you know what you got.
Yes, sir.
Getting on the mat.
Okay, I hope we can keep them on the road.
We'll keep them on the road.
Not on the map, but on the road. Entertain a motion that we adjourn.
I made a motion with John.
Second motion.
They moved properly, say we adjourn. All those in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed likewise.